So, hello, everyone, and welcome back to Divine Rebel. My name is Racey, and I'm going to be giving the readings today. These are prepaid in advance readings. So, for those of you who did get one, you got your secret code name via PM, and you know which reading in particular is yours. Everybody else who did not get one, but was drawn to this particular message, if there's a secret code name that resonates with you, there's most likely a message in there for you. Okay, for those of you not familiar with me or the channel and you're new, I do not sugarcoat things and I don't filter my messages. So if that is not your thing, or you have children around, or you just don't appreciate that kind of a message, I respect that all the time. So, you can sign off now, and, replay later at another time when you're more interested in raw and real. So let me share this out to my wonderful Facebook family so that they know it's official. I'm live. Hey. I'm here. Our secret code names are the Golden Crane. Thanks. The Golden Crane. Money Bags. Surfing the Sahara. Lavender Iris. Like the eyes. Okay. Soul Tea. Dancing Shadows. Magic Rabbit Hat. Dark Irises. Like the flower. Little Troll. Gorilla Hugs. Nightingale's Dawn. And penguins. All right, and penguins. Here we go. Share this out to Divine Rebel. So those are the 12 code names. Okay, so if you resonate to one of those, chances are there's a message in there for you. If you did get your secret code name via your PM, then you know which one is for you. Then you know. All right, share it to my feed. Share it to the Ascension team. Which, by the way, if you are not in the Ascension team, you should find the link in the description and join. We're going to have a whole bunch of stuff going on in there for June. Share. And the Greater Holistic Community. The Greater Holistic Community, Find Support, Be Support, is a group that allows you to post anything that you resonate with. It doesn't, discriminate against any holistic or spiritual teaching or guidance or affirmation or anything like that. You don't have to be a reader to share in there, what resonates with you. Although it's not a room for, debate. So just be aware that that's not the thing for that group. But it is free to share for anybody who's in there. Now, I'm going to wait for a couple more people just to sign in so that they don't miss it. Give everybody a minute. I'm using a deck I haven't used before for these face value readings. What I'm going to do, the way I have it spread out, I have my Archetype cards by Carolyn Miss. I have my Prisma Visions Tarot, which I haven't used before, and my Stargazer playing cards that I haven't used before, at least not on lives or anything like that. This one I haven't used yet at all. So this will be interesting. I saw it and I was drawn to it. I was like, okay, I guess the images are going to speak to me. This is for face value. So whatever it is that you're dealing with, I'm going to pull 2 archetype cards for each of the readings. There's a light and shadow attribute on each of those cards. Those cards are going to represent you and someone else, 2 sides of yourself, or 2 sides of someone else. Okay, because there's 2 sides to every story. There's a heads and tails on every coin, right? There's always 2 sides. So for face value, we're going to be looking at both sides. Okay. With that, I'm going to use the Prisma Visions Tarot to kind of get an idea of what the projected path is if we take everything for face value. Okay. What the projected path is if we're taking everything for face value. And then I'm going to use the Stargazer cards as choice cards. Okay, it'll explain for you a different choice. Some of you it'll be a better choice. For some of you it'll be the choices you would have made, and the projected path, you know, knowing the face value of things will be different. Okay, so whatever reading you are drawn to, please make sure you understand that is how I'm intending the cards to read. And I'm going to intuitively pull as I, you know, messages as I go through them and I read them. So, starting with the Golden Crane. Starting with the Golden Crane. I've already spent a good 20 minutes pre-shuffling all my decks, and all of the cards in my decks are face up. They're all right side up. So if they do come out reverse, that's just the way they're coming out. That's the way they're coming out. They're meant to come out reverse if they come out reverse, because I do have them all face up in all my decks. So, without further ado, the Golden Crane. We will start. Oh, there goes my pen. At the 6 minute and 22 second mark. Okay, so the Golden Crane. Spirit, please. What card above all other cards? 1, ooh, and 2. Okay, that was easy enough. So, the 2 main archetypal energies, all right? And if you didn't watch the intro, this is going to be either you and another, specifically 2 aspects of yourself or 2 aspects of another. So you take it as it resonates, okay? We got the Rescuer and we got Child Magical. Whenever we get Child on one of these archetype cards, it's dealing with childhood wounding and purpose. Okay, the wounding and the purpose behind it. For the Rescuer. All right, for the Rescuer. The shadow attribute assumes that the rescued will reciprocate and keeps the rescued one needy. The light attribute is providing strength and support to others in crisis and acts out of love with no expectation of reward. Okay, so the chances are, because we haven't gotten into the details of this one yet, but the chances are this person sees the wounding in this person, and they want to rescue and help them, right? With their wounding, they want to help them with their purpose. The issue is they're doing things for this wounded person, expecting that the wounded person will reciprocate the healing, will reciprocate the saving. There's a certain way. This rescuer then also needs saving, or they wouldn't expect something in return. They wouldn't expect some hole to be filled in their heart if they didn't need rescuing themselves, right? They wouldn't have this expectation. So if you're going to love another and you truly do want to, quote unquote, save another, be kind and compassionate without expectation. All right? So getting into Child Magical. The shadow attributes are pessimism, depression, and disbelief in miracles, believing that energy and action are not required for growth. This is your typical life happens to me, not for me. Life is against me. People hurt me. People betray me. Everything fails and gets fucked up all the time. You know, someone who has a hard time getting motivated, maybe someone who doesn't even really want to work. They don't believe that life will get any better than this. It's a very sad place. Okay. This person doesn't know their own power or what they're capable of. what their magic is as far as being able to manifest. This person is probably a miracle to this person on some level. Okay, because this person doesn't believe in miracles, and this person sees their holes and wants to fill them, wants to give them something to be optimistic about, to look forward to smile about, right? To believe in miracles. They want to do this for the child magical. But the child magical is in a place where their history doesn't allow them to see the actual beauty of the rescuer, because they feel the need to reciprocate, but can't actually bring themselves to do it. And it's not because they don't appreciate or value what the rescuer is doing. It's just they feel like they can't be saved. All right, they feel like they can't be saved, and they can't reciprocate, and they can't owe you, and they can't make it up to you, and they can't, do all the good things for you that you were doing for them. The light attribute of child magical, which is the purpose, is seeing the potential for sacred beauty in all things, the belief that everything is possible. Seeing the reason for everything in the past that went south and was shitty, right? As a means to create the absolute value of what the rescuer is actually bringing to the table, right? Seeing the beauty of the past, because without it, they wouldn't be able to appreciate the rescuer like they do. Right? What the rescuer does for them, that the rescuer can read their energy and know what they need to feel better, and being grateful for that. You know what I mean? They're having a hard time, the child gratitude with, or the child magical with the gratitude department. Okay. That's face value facts. All right. If this is the reading that you resonated to, or you are, code name the golden crane, someone is a miracle for someone else, and the person knows that you're a miracle, but they don't actually believe in miracles, which means they're already anticipating something's going to get fucked up, something's going to happen, something's going to go wrong, they're going to lose you. They don't have to put forward energy or take actions to keep you, in their life, creating more miracles and more consideration. Like they don't know how to up their game. They don't know how to love themselves enough to keep the good thing in front of them. Right? They don't know how to keep the good thing in front of them, trying to save them from drowning. So, face value. Using the tarot, Prisma Visions Tarot. What is the projected path? What is the projected path? If we stay at face value, do we understand this? What is the projected path, please, Spirit, for the golden crane and those who would resonate to this reading? Okay. Bottom of the deck is the Six of Wands. And it looks like the Six of Swords in traditional tarot. She's on a boat with 6 wands, and she's moving towards the sun, right? She's on her boat. It is the victory card. It is a victory out of troubled waters, and that is the underlying energy. Spirit in the background wants a victory for these two people. Okay, the top of the deck is the Queen of Wands, which is someone who manifests from her fire, manifests from her heart space, is in touch with her passions, right? What they're passionate about, what they want to see created, and they're going for the victory, right? They're going for the victory, which is the ultimate top and bottom consciousness of the deck. It's almost like defeat is not an option, right? Defeat is not an option is the headspace. The projected path starts with the 9 of chalices, or the 9 of cups. And so this is a wish fulfilled. right? You know that whatever it is for this person, right? The rescuer sees the child magical and wants to see them happy, wants to see all of their wishes granted. And in return, also wants to always see their own wishes granted, right? Their own dreams realized. And so it's kind of like this wishful, hopeful energy of the dawn, right? Of the dawn. It's not giving up on the light that you see, right? The light that you see at the end of this long journey. It also comes out with the Queen of Pentacles and the Sun. And what you can't see is the Seven of Chalices. Okay, because that was flipped upside down. And then we get into a little story. I got a chunk that came out, so we're going to get into that in a second. Wanting the wish fulfilled. The Queen of Pentacles with the Sun. Let's just talk about that aside from the Seven of Chalices for a minute. This is realizing in your light, you are the ultimate giver. You are considerate and compassionate and capable more than anyone else. Like it's your calling, it's your path. Like it feels like you are drawn, almost like hell or high water, to love this person and get them out of their disbelief, right? It's knowing that when you care for this person is when you shine your brightest. You know that you feel amazing in a different way when you achieve a smile on that person, right? When you see them or feel them at peace. However, with the Seven of Chalices, and this, there's a snake present on the card. It's typically known for being confused or feeling confused. And it makes sense, if this person isn't seeing how much you actually love them and care about them and want to see them thrive. It's confusing to feel as if you were absolutely destined to love them in such a way and not have it be received, right? And not have it be received. The cards that come out after. Let me move these over. We got the Death card, the Nine of Pentacles, the Knight of Swords, and the Knight of Chalices. With the Death card leading it off, it's almost with the White Rose, because the White Rose is innocent and pure love in its vibration. Okay? Pure, innocent love. And it's knowing that you're not being nourished back. And yet still extending the gift of pure and innocent love, right? No expectations. Even if that means having to go on alone with the Nine of Pentacles, this kind of independent, prosperous individual, right? Knowing that you're doing well and not allowing this person's stagnancy in their wounding to stop what it is that you're building in your life. Okay. The Knight of Swords and the Knight of Chalices. This is breaking through, and you can kind of see in these cards, it's breaking through the ice. It's fighting through the storm against the villains, you know, the stories that are nightmarish that we repeat in our minds. This is fighting back against those thoughts. You know, so for face value, this is communicating the truth. This is communicating with love and sincerity, that it's not that you're angry with this person or even disappointed in this person. It's just like, when you're ready for me to love you, when you don't feel like you owe me, because you don't, when you surrender that and allow yourself to be loved because you deserve that after the life you've lived, when you're ready, I'm here, you know. Choosing to go to war with the truth about how you feel. Because if the truth is you are your brightest and lightest when you love this person, when you are your brightest and lightest when you love this person, when you know that it's changed their day for the better, you know, that they would learn to value you in the same way, that their happiness, seeing you smile, would give them the same amount of joy. It's almost like with the death card, you don't know what you've got until you've lost it. But knowing it can be yours when you're ready. You know what I mean? Like, it can be yours when you're ready, because it's almost like to deny yourself the ability to love this person and be there for them and fill their voids. It's almost like, you know, you do feel like it's the perfect fit. You know, you understand it and it's the perfect fit. This person just doesn't understand that a perfect fit's possible yet. And so it's almost like having to realize that they had the perfect fit and it's not there anymore, and they're just where they started, and they don't necessarily like it. You know, it forces them to consider what energy and actions they need to embody in order to get you back into that perfect fit kind of exchange where they can reciprocate, just starting on a fresh slate. Like, it's not about being even, it's just about the thought of it. All right, so choices. 6 of Hearts flew out. So, you know, it's definitely a long-standing past life connection. Ace of Diamonds, choosing to look towards the new beginning, knowing that it's not over. Like, even if you were to walk away and it's over, it's not really over. You know what I mean? You know it's not actually over. It might be temporarily on a healing stage that you're not a part of with each other, but it's not over. Keeping that in mind, knowing that you are kind of star-crossed lovers, you know what I mean? Like, destined to meet and heal with each other, and knowing that whatever actions you take in loving yourself, they will mirror back to you and in turn start loving themselves. Whoa. We also got the 8 of Spades, the 4 of Clubs, the Ace of Clubs, and the 7 of Clubs. Okay. Do your best not to get trapped in your head with the 8 of Swords about the connection becoming stable, because with the 4 of Clubs, it is stability in the spirit. So I do feel like that's there. And with the Ace of Clubs and the 7 of Clubs, I'm getting like it's almost like starting with a fresh fire, knowing that you're defending your truth. You might be seeing a lot of 1s, 4s, and 7s, right, in synchronistic numbers. Possibly 9s too. It's almost like you have this choice. It's almost like a perspective choice. Like, you can know and understand that goodbye for now is not goodbye forever, which is essentially it. And you're putting your faith and trust in the divine, that if you stay out of your head about it and you just do whatever it is that you need to do to create solid foundations for yourself and believe in the stability of spirit within yourself, and that you can have this soul fire that can't be put out, you know, and you're determined to, in your trust and faith that your path is your path. And just because you don't understand how it's going to work in the long run doesn't mean you don't trust that it will, because what's meant to be is meant to be. It's like being in that mindset. All right, so for face value, I hope that reading helped you out. That was for codename the Golden Crane, the Gold Crane. I think this is a matter of determination and spirit. All right, determination and spirit, that you can create anything, and it doesn't matter how you create it. It only matters that it is created, okay? And there's a million ways to create things. And so if the divine has you creating an outcome in the most effective and efficient way that you don't understand, it doesn't mean it's not the most effective and efficient way, and you will eventually understand, right? So, hope that helps. Here we go. We are moving into codename Moneybags. Codename Moneybags. All right. And that's going to be a timestamp 26:30. All right, here we go. Secret codename Moneybags, and those who resonate to this message. All right, for those of you who did not catch the intro, watching the replay, these cards are intended to be your energy and someone else's. They can resonate as both your energies or both someone else's. So take them as they resonate for you. My intention is specifically for you and one other, okay? But it could definitely be two sides of yourself or two sides of someone else that you're dealing with. However is best for you to understand the message. Spirit, give me one more. All right. So we've got the engineer and we've got the king. We've got the engineer and the king. The shadow attribute of the engineer is reliance on mechanistic solutions without regard for emotional consequences. The light attribute is the ability to give creative energy a practical expression and talent for designing resolutions to common dilemmas. This person, super, super, uber air sign energy, very logical, okay? If it makes the most sense to do it a certain way, they don't care whose feelings are hurt if they don't like that way, or if that way doesn't work for them, because if it's the most logical way that they have deduced down and analyzed to death, then that's the best way, and that's it, right? That's it. This person they're also the kind of person to throw money at it. Okay, if money fixes it, let's fix it. Let's fix it right now. Whoa, you're insulted? Oh, that doesn't matter to me. Well, let's fix it the way we need to fix it right now. You know, it's, this person doesn't care or doesn't come off like they care about the emotional repercussions of their choices or decisions, because at the time it was the most logical choice to be made. And that was all that mattered, right? That was all that mattered. This person needs to be able to tune into their creativity in order to consider the best solution in regards to all things, right? Not just the logistics, but the emotional backlash or consequence of how it affects people too, right? They have to get creative, and that they know if this is the best way, but this is, what happens because of it, and this person's hurt. Well, then how can we still do this and maybe not hurt that person, right? How can we execute it in such a way that it's beneficial all around, right? That's person number one. The second energy, and this could most definitely be just one person, but the second energy, the shadow attribute of the king, is excessive feelings of entitlement and rulership without restraint. Okay. The light attribute is enlightened and benevolent leadership and benefiting those that they're in charge of. This could be someone, if it's one person, that knows they call the shots, and they call the shots, and that's it. That's it. They feel entitled to that role. If this is two people, okay, for some of you, this is going to resonate differently. I'm going to focus in on the person that this reading is for. I feel like this entitlement, and don't get caught up on the gender of the cards, okay? Just because there's masculines on the cards doesn't mean they can't be women characters. It's just the energy they're embodying. This person wants the most, effective and efficient way possible with no regard for feelings, where this person feels entitled, right? So this person might not care that this person feels entitled. They might just want to work it out as fast as possible with the least amount of damage to them, right? With the least amount of damage to them. This person feels entitled. They don't know how to lead with love. It's like if you think of the two different kinds of kings, like some kings lead with love for their country and some kings lead with fear instilled in their country. And it's almost like this king needs to learn how to lead with love and respect instead of fear or threat. Because this person it's almost like a machine. Not that they're, emotionless or soulless, but the way they respond to problems is to take their emotions way out of it and think of how does this best resolve in my favor. Because maybe their emotions aren't involved in it at all. And so it's just a matter of how can I get what's best for me as fast as possible. Which might lead them to being pragmatic and fair, to be honest. Because they're not going to fight for something if it's going to waste time. They'd rather be over and done with it and save their time. So they're likely to be fair. But I feel like this person doesn't have the same definition of fair, the king. Okay, so even if it is fair, the king's not in agreement. Okay, I'm just feeling that kind of disconnect. It's a tete-a-tete. I feel like this person, the engineer, whoever the engineer character is, has already completely shifted focus away from whoever the king is. They're not interested. I just heard in the drama of the king, right? In the drama of the king. Feeling entitled, all that barrage bullshit. Like it doesn't fucking matter to them. Like it's over and done. You either made out or you didn't, and in this process of things, and it doesn't fucking matter. You know what I mean? Like, this person's already looking in another direction, moving forward, moving on. Like, they're very air energy, strong air energy. All right. Cards. You're getting ahead of me here. Okay. Spirit, please. What is the face value past projection? With this understanding, knowing what the face value is. Knowing what it is for face value. This person, too, has no... what's the word I'm looking for? Like, when it comes to speaking, like, sometimes they just need to, like cut themselves off before they start. I feel like this person opens their mouth sometimes around this person and digs themselves a deeper hole because they don't know when to just shut up about something, when something doesn't matter. Like, insistent that something matters when it doesn't. And it's almost like this challenge to this person to please the king, right? To give the king power. This person is so not interested in that. All right, getting back to a projected path, right? Projected path. If you can understand that this is the face value of the situation. Spirit, please, give me some insights. Yeah, justice in reverse. This might be, I mean, it could be surrounding a divorce, okay, with the justice card. It could be that there's two different parties and one party just wants it over and done with, doesn't fucking care, you know, and the other person's like, well, I deserve this or I deserve that or blah, blah, blah. And it's like, person doesn't care. Like, they're just over it. They don't want to feed into this energy at all, you know. So justice in reverse, something is definitely out of balance with the connection, okay? Spirit's making that super clear. It could also, you know, be any other legal thing that you would have to, like, maybe go into a courtroom for. What else, Spirit? What is the projected path? Four of Pentacles in the reverse. Having to release control. Queen of Wands, getting back in touch with your spirit and being able to manifest from your heart space, right? Coming into this benevolent leadership, this, you know what, I'll work with you if you work with me, you know, you don't have to sacrifice this if I don't have to sacrifice that, you know, it's kind of coming at it from a better, all right, now we went through what we went through, but we're over, you know, it's over, and we're just gonna leave this as good people. Right, we're just going to leave this as good people. Take our losses, you know, cut our losses, and it was what it was. Yeah, and the Empress. So the bottom of the deck, we have the Three of Pentacles. So this was a contract, you know, this was most definitely a contract or involving a contract you have with someone else. And the Seven of Pentacles on top, it just wasn't bearing fruit. It just wasn't reaping the rewards, and going about it the wrong way is not going to reap any rewards in the long game either. You know, and with 10 Pentacles all together, right, 7 and 3, it's knowing that that cycle's completing. It's knowing that your dream is able to manifest now when you let all of this go. Like, this person has nothing to prove to the king. Okay? And the king shouldn't feel the need to prove themselves or their worth by seeking that validation from them either. Releasing control, releasing the instability, letting it go, letting it come back into balance, getting back in touch with your heart space and getting in touch with that creator energy with the Empress. Rising, right? Rising energy. This is getting back in touch with your emotions, like getting your emotions in balance. It's getting your soul fire back online. It's getting your faith and what's the word I'm looking for? Curiosity and the unknown. You know, this, all right, journey mode mentality. Knowing that you have the ability to create something big for yourself, that you can reach the stars, that you're being divinely guided, like trusting in the unknown. I think the sooner that this ends, whatever this is better. There might be delays to that. And the delays very much could be disagreements, right? On someone who's just trying to be fair and someone who feels entitled and deserving to more, like someone, who hasn't rectified their choices yet and owned their choices that got them to where they are. There's no need to actually prolong it. You just need to let it go. Just need to let it go and get back in touch with yourself, right? Get back in touch with your spirit and let this dissolve. So spirit, what are the choices? What are the choices outside of the projected path that can be made? I'm going to tell my guides to be nice. The way it's coming through is harsh, but I guess it's harsh because they want it to make sense to you, okay? They don't want it to linger. I feel like they've had enough of this. Your only other choice, right, outside of letting this go, closing it out, moving forward and getting back in touch with yourself, right, getting back in touch with your creative ability and what you deserve and earn and, moving forward, like cutting your losses and whatever. Your other choice is to feel like you're being left out, feel like you're being abandoned, feel like nobody cares about you, be trapped in your mind. Why won't they still validate my worth? Why won't they still validate my value? Why won't they still, they still don't consider me, going over all this shit, when you just, and it's acting like a child, right, with this Jack of Clubs. It's reckless in your reaction, and you need to move forward mentally needing to move forward. So Spirit's kind of letting you know, like, if you're the king energy, you got to understand it's not a matter of whether or not you deserve certain things or whether or not you don't want to lose certain things. The fact of the matter is, what's done is done. And as much as you would like to leave unscathed or taking the least amount of loss as possible, fair is fair, and you've got to take ownership for how you got to where you are with this and the fact that it ended, and it just is what it is. Right? Losses are losses. It just is what it is. Letting go of control and moving forward. Because if you're not going to let go and move forward and be this beautiful Empress, Queen of Wands energy self, you're going to feel like you have nothing and nowhere. You're going to be trapped in your mind. You're going to be recklessly reacting to things and have to move on mentally anyway. Save yourself the trouble, right? Especially if it's concerning money, or if someone has money and you feel like you deserve that money and you're not getting what you thought or whatever, like, let it go. It's not that important. let it go and move on with your life. Let this mechanical, you know, artificial intelligence, AI, like, let them go. They're not focused on you. They're not seeing you or your value, worth, whatever. And they just won't. So let it go. Don't let yourself go down a path you don't need to, right? Don't let yourself go down a path you don't need to. All right. So I hope that helps. I hope that helps. Moving on to the next code name. Next code name is Surfing the Sahara. We're going to start that at 45 minutes and 30 seconds. All right, Surfing the Sahara. And when I got the visual for this code name, it was literally like a person surfing on like sand dunes. You know, it was just like, there's no water, there's nothing else to fucking do in the desert except surf sand dunes. So I was like, fine, then I guess I'm surfing sand dunes. It was one of those things. So, Spirit, please, for secret code name Surfing the Sahara and those that would resonate to this message. What 2 archetype cards above all others? And for those of you who missed the introduction for the replay, they're intended to be you and one other person, the face value of what's going on between you and another person, although it may resonate as both cards are you, different parts of you, or both parts of someone else. Energy just came back out. We're going to put that back in. But if it comes out again. All right. So 2 cards, Spirit, please. What is going on with Surfing the Sahara? Who's the other? Okay. We got the Exorcist and we got the Detective. All right. Person number 1, the Exorcist. Shadow attribute is fear of facing their own demons. The light attribute is freeing yourself and others of destructive impulses. All right. This person, the way I'm reading this energy, I think this person, I don't think they're necessarily afraid of facing their demons. It's almost like they don't know what their demons are. They don't actually understand what some of their demons are. They might admit they have certain demons that they're aware of, certain things that they battle with or struggle with. But the actual demons they're fighting, they don't know what they are. But they see the destructive impulses or destructive tendencies in other people, right? This person's kind of like a soul retriever, right? They see people in their shadows. They see people in their darkness. And their medicine inherently is to help shine light on someone's demons for them. Like interacting with them, people get triggered and they don't know why, right? They don't know why they're constantly triggering the demons in other people to surface. And they might have things taken out on them that's not not their brunt to bear. You know, it's, people might freak out at them or accuse them of things, and it's like, well, that wasn't my intention, or that's not what you know what I mean? Like, that's not the case. Like, you know, people might have their minds raced. I think, like, being in touch with this person, when you meet them, it's like, hey, you've got shadows in there, you've got demons in your shadows you're not facing. All right, let me doop, shine a light on. Now you can see all your demons. Now all your demons are running crazy in your mind, and you can see them all, and they're freaking out. But this person didn't do anything besides just be themselves. Like, they didn't actually do anything but be themselves. And I feel like people project a lot at this person, and this person doesn't necessarily understand that this is their energy and what they do. They might be getting the drift of it, or at least starting to. This person, I think, is a healer, right? They're a healer. All right, so moving on to detective, person number 2. The shadow attributes are voyeurism and falsifying information. All right. Voyeurism and falsifying information. The light attribute is a great power of observation and intuition and a desire to seek out the truth. So this person might be a snoop. They might try and read between the lines with you. They might try and catch you in a lie. Maybe looking for a reason to get mad at this person. I don't feel like this person's done anything wrong. I think this person's looking for something that's not there, right? They're looking for something that's not there with this person. It could even be a certain response. Like, this person, I feel like this person has no idea. Whatever it is, this person has no idea why whoever this is in this energy. Because it's almost like this person's coming off like they're not looking, they're not paying attention, they're not curious. They're coming off like they don't care, it's all fine. But they're not fine, and they definitely care, and they're definitely trying to find reasons to, I think, lash at this person. Maybe lash is the wrong word. It's almost trying to find a reason to be hurt by this person so that they can, you know, cut them off and stop the pain that they're feeling when they're in this kind of spy mode. Because it's pain. Wanting to find a reason to hurt somebody is pain. Because this person really didn't do anything. I really feel like they didn't do anything. But this person's looking for a reason to reconcile their own pain body, taking it out on that person. Okay, it's just the way it's coming off. And I think this person is aware of the healing process, but it's not being applied. You know what I mean? It's not being applied. There's still some kind of pain body energy just kind of running a little rampant under there. They haven't gotten control of it yet. It's like I'm keeping an eye on you. It's like, why? I don't like the energy that I'm actually feeling from the detective towards the exorcist. I don't like it. I feel like the exorcist energy, whoever that embodiment is, I feel like they're really just kind of doing their thing and being what they are, right? A soul retriever, a light in the dark for other people that, you know, it lights up their demons. It helps them face it to heal. It's like this person is just being their self, has no idea what shadows this person's in. Because I don't think this person's falsifying information necessarily to other people. They're falsifying information to themselves. I feel like this person's mind is running with a lot of shadow thoughts that are just not, they're not valid. They're not factually valid for who they're dealing with this person. Okay. There's an undercurrent of negativity coming from this person. I feel like they care about them. You know, it's important. They, you know, maybe mean something to you, but it's not, someone's taking it in a direction it's not meant to go. And they're, at some point, whatever that dark undercurrent is, it's going to come to the surface, and it's either going to come to the surface because the detective says something to the exorcist and it completely falls apart, or the detective realizes that in advance, doesn't want to actually lose the exorcist, and they go within as to why they're trying to target or project their pain body at the exorcist. All right, and they rectify it within themselves before losing whoever the exorcist is to them, especially if they care about them, right? Yeah, like if you've got, and this goes back to the code name, like surfing on the Sahara, like if you've got nothing better to do than surfing in a dry desert, or being online, like, you know, Facebook, just posting whatever that's not, you're not necessarily interacting with anybody. There's no, you know, it's just dry, not involved, you know, very surface, superficial, you know, maybe even heated discussions. Like you've got nothing else better to do. Like maybe start doing some detective work on yourself and why you get triggered by other people, or why you feel the need to project pain or blame or fault at someone for not being what you thought they would be or expected them to be, instead of just what they were. Because what they were is an exorcist. They remove demons from people, right? That's what they do. And if you've got demons in there, it's like once you've met them, you can't not face your shadows. You will always face your shadows whenever you interact with them, right? And they'll prove your shadows wrong, or they'll prove them wrong. Like they're just gonna prove your shadows wrong, or they're gonna prove them wrong. So be aware. What is the projected path, please, Spirit? Knowing that this is the face value. If the receiver of this, right, surfing the Sahara, understands this face value, what is the projected path? Eight of Swords in reverse. Eight of Chalices. Seven of Wands and Seven of Chalices. All right, bottom of the deck is the Page of Wands. Top of the deck is the Hierophant. Okay. Hierophant's Taurean energy, It's about being committed. It's about slow and steady wins the race. It's about your higher calling. It's about your agreement with the cosmos, right? And you can kind of see all of the different constellations on here. It's something you are contracted to experience in this life. With the Page of Wands underneath, it could be, this is the reinvention of the self. Okay, the Page of Wands is the reinvention of the self. And so at some point, you know, between you and you had decided to reinvent yourself before you got here, that you didn't want to be the same wounding you were before. And if you were to, you know, come back in next life, you don't want to repeat the same patterns. You asked to meet this person to remove the demons from your shadows via your own recognition of them by meeting them, so that you didn't repeat patterns anymore. To heal the deep karma, right? The deep parts of the manifestation process and the unconscious that we're not aware of. So we have the Eight of Swords reversed and the Eight of Cups. So projected path, if you understand this dynamic and you understand this exorcist person has no ill towards you, or, you know, if you can release your expectations of them or whatever, right? Whatever it is. If you can release the mental prison of it, right? The Eight of Swords in the reverse, releasing the mental prison of it and moving forward with the Eight of Cups. Just emotionally moving forward. You know, this is not about, not getting answers. Because the detective is seeking an answer, okay? Just know, detective, if you resonate with the detective, if you seek, you will find. Okay, if you seek the exorcist, it is because a part of you is seeking to see the demons that you possess that you would not face otherwise. Okay? If you reach out to the exorcist and say, I need to release this mental prison, I need to move forward, I'm defending I'm stuck in this defensive confusion, because if I don't reach out and express this, then I can't seem to get over it, right? I can't seem to get over it, and I'm building this false narrative in my mind that I'm buying into, and if I don't talk to you and I buy into that narrative for too long, I'm going to start to think it's real. I think if you understand this, then anytime you reach out to the exorcist, you're going to receive healing. If the exorcist doesn't answer you, it's like, okay, well, they weren't guided to answer, or they missed it, divinely missed it, you know, so you're being challenged, right? You're being challenged to face whatever demon is in that shadow, because just reaching out to this person does that. Okay, just reaching out to this person does that. They will instantly trigger whatever it is that you need to realize. Don't get lost defending your confusion. Okay, don't get lost defending your confusion and thinking that you can just, oh, it's not a big deal. I ain't going to worry about it. I'm just going to move on. I'm just going to forget it. Well, you're not forgetting it. You're defending your confusion. You're defending your right to stay confused. Right? When you were contracted, right, with yourself to heal, right, the Hierophant in the Page of Wands, like, you were contracted to reinvent yourself. When you don't reach out to the exorcist, you're defending your state of confusion, defending this energy of trying to find, right, what's not there. Don't think you can't reach out to the exorcist. Just know what the fuck they are. They are a trigger, a healing trigger. Like, that's what they are. You can't, as the detective, paint the exorcist in a bad light. You just can't. And I feel like the more that you don't talk to them, the more you're trying to paint them in a bad light in your own mind. It's not working. Well, maybe they're not who I thought they were. No, they're exactly who you thought they were. You're not who you think you are, right? You don't realize what you're doing in in the confused state of searching outside of yourself. All right. Alternate choices. Right, what other choice do they have? Spirit, please, for codename Surfing the Sahara and those who would resonate to this. Whoa. Lots of eights. You got 4 8s in your reading. You got 2 7s, 2 4s, and a 3. All right. 4 of hearts, 8 of spades, 4 of spades, 8 of diamonds, 3 of swords. Well, 3 of spades, 3 of swords. All right. If you miss the opportunity to get out of your head, you are going to be forced to make a retreat, okay? To make an effort, retreat, to make an effort to heal your heartbreak. Okay. You can reach out knowing that this person is innocent and they're simply going to shine light for you to better understand what's going on in your shadows so that you can move forward, right? And maybe end defending your confusion. Start to find the snakes, right? Or you can miss the opportunity to get out of your mind and go into a state where you have to make the effort healing a broken heart. You have to talk to them. About whatever it is. Because I think if you hold on and you go into retreat mode and start making the effort maybe towards, the emotional break, I just don't see anybody actually feeling good about that with a 3 of spades at the end. You or them. Because I feel like the Exorcist, when I tell you, like they're coming off, and the energy, the way I'm pulling it, they're coming off really innocent. Like they really, it's like, it's almost like the visual I'm getting is like someone coming home and just ranting and ripping their fucking head off for the day, and they're just like, whoa, what the fuck did I do? What did I do? Like they have no clue why this person is freaking out. No clue. They're like, whoa, and if that's the way you feel, well, then maybe you need to look at this, or maybe you need to look at that, which might piss the detective off even more, because that was not the answer they wanted. They wanted to project. They didn't want to look within, right? So be aware, this dynamic, if you resonated to this reading, you connected with someone who heals darkness by being light. Okay, they heal darkness by being light. They take a lot of shit for that. They're used to it. It's unfortunate. But because they're used to it, they're not going to freak out and chase or sulk for too long, because it happens to them often. People come into their lives, they care about them, they help them heal certain things, and all of a sudden, before you know it, someone's blowing up on them, and they're like, okay, well, I guess that happened again. You know what I mean? It's like it's almost like this person wants them to be upset, but they're not the upsettable type, right? They're not the upsettable type. Or they're anticipating it. Or they can sense it and they're anticipating it. All right. So I hope that helped. I hope that helped. You got choices. But I think the big work is being done with whoever the detective energy is. All right. Next secret code name is Lavender Iris. All right, Lavender Iris, like the iris of an eye. That's the way it was presented to me when I got the code name. So if you resonated, if you are Lavender Iris or resonated to this reading, this is for you. We are going to start it at the 70-minute mark, which is the 1 hour and 10-minute mark. All right, for Lavender Iris. All right, for those of you who did not watch the intro, catching the replay, I'm pulling the archetype cards by Carolyn Miss, pulling 2 cards. One is intended to be representative of you. One is intended to represent someone else. It may resonate that both cards feel like they're you, or it could most definitely feel like both cards are someone else, and you're just getting an understanding. It could resonate either way, but I'm holding the intention that one is specifically you and specifically someone else, okay? So you can understand the face value of the dynamic at play. So, code name, Lavender Iris. Spirit, please. Nope, taking that one. Okay. So we have Eternal Child, and anytime we get the word child on top of one of these cards, we're dealing with childhood wounds. All right, so Child, Eternal, and Guide. Okay. So the guide found the child eternal, right? Obviously, we got a child card out there and there's wounding. The guide came in to assist, right? Earth angels. Now, child eternal, the shadow, is the inability to grow up and be responsible, an extreme dependency on others for physical security. Okay. This child, eternal, wants, it's not that maybe they don't want to work or earn their own money, it's just they feel the need to be taken care of. Okay. They always want to be taken care of. They always want someone else to provide life and luxury or ease for them. They don't know how to truly be independent, to where they don't need anyone. This is like admiring the fact that someone was rescued and you want to be rescued too. But that's not the path of the eternal child. The purpose is determination to remain young in body, mind, and spirit with the ability to see things with fresh eyes. You know, not losing the childlike wonder that should be, you know, provided for or cared for, but not necessarily being dependent on someone else to do that for them, because if that person left, they'd be okay doing it themselves, right? They wouldn't need to be rescued again, right? This is the eternal child learning how to save themselves and put themselves in a very financially stable position, you know, stable home life on their own, so that in the event that they lose the person that they're with, they're okay on their own, right? They don't need saving. So young in spirit, mind, and body, but ability to see things with fresh eyes and allow life to kind of unfold in a way that doesn't require other people, but that is like guided by other people or experienced with other people. It's not not looking for permanent solutions in others. Now the guide, the shadow attribute is the guide places financial gain and control over imparting spiritual insight. The light attribute represents the nature of the divine in life and in yourself. It's indicative of the Hermit card. This is someone who uses their finances and their control and the beauty of it almost to distract this person from their own light, okay? The fact that they're financially supportive or in financial control of the child eternal isn't allowing the child eternal to grow beyond them. The guide has control, okay? With the owl on the card, it could be paternal, okay? It could be paternal. But they've got themselves, or they got you wrapped around their finger because of this. Because they have this stability. It's almost like the child eternal is learning to almost be disgusted with being under their thumb. Not disgusted with them, but disgusted with being under their thumb. That if anything were to happen to them, their life would be in shams, right? It's almost like the guide is steadily teaching them the wisdom of being self-sufficient while holding control, like subconsciously holding control to the displeasure of this person. They don't like the actual fear behind, well, what would happen to me if something happened to them? They don't like it. Whoever this guide is, with the light attribute representing the nature of the divine in life and in yourself, they're showing the child eternal what they could potentially become, right? Financially stable and in control of their life. They're showing them that they can put themselves in a position where they can guide and support others because they guide and support themselves. I definitely feel like the guide could be a masculine energy. Whose heart is big, okay? Whose heart is big, but serious and stern. So be aware, like this person, whoever the guide is, I feel like their heart is in the right place, but it comes off it comes off a little cold and serious for a reason. And it is to challenge the child eternal to save themselves. Okay, whether the guide realizes that that's the role they're in or not. So that you understand the face value dynamic between these two. Okay, what is the projected path if you can understand the dynamic? Okay, yeah. Bottom of the deck is the Four of Wands, top of the deck is the Hermit. Okay, and we were talking about that with the Hermit card on the guide card, right? Because they're holding a lantern. Kind of looks like the Hermit card. The Hermit being on top of the deck is knowing that you're on a journey within the self right now. You're going through the dark night. You're going through the illumination of this wounding in order to create stability with the Four of Wands. You know, it's a twin flame card. It's creating inner union, inner joy, inner stability. So the guide ultimately is driving the child eternal to independence and healing in order to create joy and stability within. Okay, that's the overall purpose for this. It comes out with the Ten of Chalices, the Four of Swords, the Fool, and the King of Wands. The Ten of Chalices is all about emotional fulfillment, dreams come true. The Tree of Life, finding happiness, finding the perfect, partner, and all this stuff. when this person's independence is declared, when the financial stability, when the lifestyle is stable of its own creation, this 10 of chalices is full. It's feeling full. It's feeling complete, right? Emotionally complete, that they've rose to this challenge and met it and conquered it, right, with the help of this guide. The 4 of Swords is retreat. So knowing that they can create their own emotional fulfillment, they move off on their own, they go into their own state, their own journey with the Fool card, saving themselves, right, hanging up the lifesaver and be like, you know what, I can swim. I don't need the guide as my lifesaver anymore. I can swim on my own. I can swim on my own, and coming into that King of Wands, King of Fire energy that's mastering manifestation, right? Mastering manifestation via the spirit, soul fire, fully being in bloom, right? Fully being in bloom and really being able to create what you want once you hit this space. Okay, so if you are the child eternal and you know that you have a guide that is helping you along the way heal certain things related to your independence, you know, and creating emotional fulfillment with yourself, that's what this is about. All right. You're going to go off on your own and create your own legacy. All right, and create your own legacy, your own story. What are the other choices on the table? If that is the projected path, understanding the face value. What are the other choices on the table? Codename Lavender Iris. Not facing the truth. Ace of Spades in the reverse. You cannot face the truth when it comes to your stability. 10 of Diamonds. When it comes to home life or family, you cannot face the reality of what you're being guided to learn. The Ace of Cups. The Ace of Hearts. And choosing to love the idea that you can be abandoned with the 5 of Pentacles, the 5 of Diamonds. So, I mean, you can move forward and face independence and come into your soul spark, or you can quite frankly deny the truth altogether and stay where you're at as far as stability is concerned. But you'd be emotionally starting another cycle of worrying about what would happen to you if, you know, would you be homeless? Would you be alone? Would you be discarded by society? Like, what would happen to you? You know, it's going back into that fear state where the cycle continues. And so this is your choice right now, you know, at this time to really choose whether or not that's acceptable. Whether or not living in a fear state of what would happen to me if, is acceptable. All right. I hope that makes sense. Because that's your choices. You can either start fresh and start a new journey, or you're going to repeat the cycle. Being in a fear state, in a state of worry or anxiety about what would happen to you. Having to grow up, not worry about who's taking care of you, because you take care of yourself. Those are your choices. All right. Moving on. Next code name is Salty. Salty. And we're going to start that at the 1 hour, 24 minute and 11 seconds. All right, so Salty. For those of you who missed the intro at the beginning watching the replay, I'm holding the intention with the archetype cards that one is representative of you and one is representative of someone else. so that you understand the face value interaction going on in the dynamic. Take it how it resonates, though. Both cards could resonate as you. Both cards could resonate as someone else, just to give you a better idea or fuller understanding of the, you know, what you're dealing with. But I am holding the intention that one is you and one is another. So, with that said, here we go. Spirit, please, what is going on? The secret code name Soul Tea, and those who would resonate to this message. We have the Samaritan and the Trickster. The Samaritan and the Trickster. The Samaritan. The shadow attribute is exacting appreciation and recognition for the help you offer. Okay, knowing that you're helping someone else and wanting to be recognized for it. Wanting the thank you, wanting the appreciation, right? Knowing that you're doing a good thing for someone and wanting the recognition. The light attribute refines your capacity to help those you would prefer to ignore. While you're helping someone else and not getting the recognition that you want for helping someone else, you're not actually helping anybody that would recognize what you're doing for them. So you're helping people that are not appreciative. With the trickster being the second person, the shadow is manipulating others through duplicity, putting on multiple faces, putting on an act, saying the words that they know want to be heard, and then doing something else, you know, or saying something else to someone else, painting a different light, like telling you, oh yeah, no problem, I got your back, blah, 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 and then going, talking to someone else, be like, oh my God, it's such a fucking joke, I'm doing this for this reason, and they think I'm doing it for that reason, and blah, blah, blah. Like, this person is absolutely deceiving you. I think they're using your good nature to their advantage, and they're not an appreciation of it at all. And while you're over here trying to help this trickster and validate your value with them, you're not actually paying mind or helping the people that would genuinely appreciate you. The light attribute of the trickster is transcending convention, stuffiness, and predictable behavior, which means they're going to help you break your cycles, right, of wanting recognition for the good that you offer. It's like paying it forward. You just do good because doing good feels good. There's no reason. You don't need a thank you. It just feels good to be a good person in a world that's shitty a lot. You know what I mean? Just be a good person for the sake of being a good person. I think this person, the trickster, is using the fact that you want recognition against you, because the more they don't give you recognition, the more you want the recognition, so the more you do trying to get it. I think this person makes excuses too, like, oh, I forgot, or oh, I'm so sorry, or oh, I was busy doing this when really they were doing something else. They forgot when they didn't. They just didn't care. But you went and you helped them out anyway. Okay, well, I still dropped it off, or I still did this, or I still did that and that and that. Like, it's okay that I didn't hear from you. Like, no. This person, whoever the trickster is, you need to know face value that they're just blowing smoke up your ass. Okay? Magic tricks. The Samaritan needs... If you're resonating to this reading and you're the Samaritan, I think you need to realize that you're helping the wrong people. Or that you want validation from a fucking douchebag. And you need to ask yourself why it's so important that you get validation or thanks from a douchebag. Straight up. Okay? Projected path. If you're aware that this is the face value dynamic between you and another, what's the projected path, please, Spirit? Secret code name, Soul Tea. Yeah, because this person, if you continue forward with this person, I feel like you are going to need some fucking soul tea. You're going to need to replenish your energy. I think this person is like a whirlpool of just energy drain. What is the projected path, please, Spirit? Understanding the face value of this dynamic. Okay. Yeah, you're going to feel burdened with the Ten of Wands. You're going to feel burdened. That's starting it off. Let's get to the bottom of the deck. The bottom of the deck is the Empress, okay? The Samaritan, the Empress card being on the bottom. Spirit wants you, the underlying issue, they really want you to come into your full power, your full beauty, your full ability to manifest. You don't need gratitude or thanks or recognition. You really don't. You just need to be a good person and put that energy out there. That's what Spirit wants you to focus on. The top of the deck, we have the Four of Pentacles. This is about releasing control. You know, releasing the egoic mind that wants to hold on to something, that wants, you know, that power, like you're needed, right? Like you want to feel like you're needed by the trickster. And they don't need you. Even if what you provide for them is of benefit to them, they're like, yeah, but I don't need it. They're providing it, great, I'll reap the rewards of it, but I don't actually need it. They're just giving to me, great, fine. I don't owe them anything. I don't even owe them a thank you. But I'll play this face and I'll play that card as long as I can, as long as they keep giving me what they're giving. Let go of the control, right? Let go of the control, or the part of the mind, the part of the ego that wants to feel needed and appreciated. Let that go. Okay, let that go. Step into your Empress, your true Empress energy. All right. The Ten of Wands. This connection will feel burdening. It will feel like a drain on the spirit, and it's going to require you to reinvent the self with the Page of Wands. It's going to require you to untangle yourself from giving a shit about the difference you're making in their life. You're benefiting them, but you're not making a difference to them. Okay? The Lover's card and the Ace of Pentacles. This is about choosing to walk through the new door. Because the Lover's card was originally the choice card, and it is a Gemini card. So, you know, being Gemini season with all the aspects going on in there, you might just have to walk through a new door. Walk away from this person, you know, and get on the other side of the wall. Get untangled from their tree so you can go find your magic somewhere else. Somewhere you're appreciated somewhere else. Instead of choosing to dance with all of these false people. Reinvent yourself. Remind yourself you are a good person and you do good things, and you don't need the respect and appreciation, but you deserve to be respected and appreciated in general. It's not because of what you do, it's just because you deserve respect in general. And if someone's not respecting you or appreciating you, well, stop trying to get them to. You're wasting your time when there's people that would genuinely appreciate your help or your aid or your consideration, or you know, they would benefit from you caring about them and be grateful, or wherever you're putting your time. They're literally just, like I said, blowing smoke up your ass. They don't actually value you. To them, it's like this indispensable. Like, it's just, you're just a number. You know what I mean? Like, they're not going to remember you 10 years from now. Like, oh yeah, that was a great person. Like, they're not going to talk about you like that. Oh yeah, I knew them and they were great to me for 3 years or 10 years and they were always, no, that's not that person. That person's looking at you like you're a fucking idiot for helping them or helping them. All right, what's the choices? What's the other choice? If you're not gonna, choose to let go of the burden and reinvent yourself, right? Choose to walk through a new door. What other choice do you have? Spirit, please. Okay, if you don't recognize it and you don't heal this part of yourself, the part of you that wants recognition, you're going to keep manifesting these tricksters. You're going to move right into a new Joker scenario where you're going to be having the same mental conflict where you're not getting the validation, right? Not getting the appreciation. And you're going to end up the Queen of Swords and the Three of Swords, right? Queen of Spades, Three of Spades. You're going to end up in a place where your heart's truth is screaming that it's broken. You're going to attract another situation just like it. And your heart's going to be screaming that it's broken. That you don't believe in people anymore. You don't, believe in being a good person anymore. Fuck helping people because people just don't care. They don't care that you're a good person. It's like that mantra. You're going to go right into that. You're going to end up jaded, right? Bitter and jaded. You're not actually going to want to help anybody. People that deserve it, deserve the help, deserve the little miracle in their day. You're not going to be online. You know what I mean? Like you're going to be checked out and bitter somewhere. So be aware. Be aware of who you're dealing with and who you're attracting, because if you think you could just walk away from this trickster and not learn that lesson and always seek appreciation or recognition for the good deeds that you do for others, you're going to keep getting a bunch of assholes in a row that just use you until you're so used and so bitter that you don't even want to help anybody. But that's not who you are. That's taking other people's pain and making it your own and then projecting that pain out for other people that don't deserve it, right? Just like they did to you. Projecting their pain out of people that don't deserve it. So I hope that helps. Give you some insight, face value, what you're dealing with and what you're manifesting, okay? All right. Moving on. The next code name is Dancing Shadows. Dancing Shadows is going to start at the 1 hour, 37 minute, and 47 second timestamp. All right, so code name Dancing Shadows. And those who would resonate to it. For those of you who are guided to this message in the replay and did not catch the intro, I'm using my archetype cards intended to represent you and another person. That's my intention. One is to represent you, and one is to represent another that you're dealing with. It can resonate as both you, and it can resonate as, both someone else. You're welcome. So take it as it resonates, but my intention held is that one is you and one is someone else. So you understand the face value of the dynamic going on, okay? So with that said, codename Dancing Shadows. Spirit, please. What cards above all others? Give me one more. Okay. So we've got the Hermit and we've got the Storyteller. Let's talk about the Hermit. The Hermit. Shadow attribute. Withdraws from society out of fear or negative judgments of others, refusing to help those in need. The shadow of the hermit doesn't want to come outside and doesn't want to be social because they're afraid of how the world is going to respond to them. They don't want to be judged. They don't want to be talked about. They don't know what people say about them behind their back. And so rather than give anybody something to talk about or twist a tale that would cast them in a negative light, they choose not to go out. They've become reclusive. And they're refusing to go out and be a part of the world, you know, the part of the world that would, you know, appreciate them being there and helping and, you know, being a part of the community or society or family or friendship circles. Like, this person's completely withdrawn and they just don't have any interest because they don't feel like they have any value. They don't have anything to offer. It's almost like they've already predetermined any story told about them is going to be negative. Yeah, I saw them out today. Did you see what they were wearing? Yeah, he doesn't look like he took care of himself for, like, when's the last time he showered? Like a week? You know what I mean? Like, it's like this person has this fear of constantly being judged. And I'm definitely pinging on something with appearance. They don't want to be compared to other people. They don't want to compete with other people because they don't feel attractive in body, mind, or spirit. Like, they just don't feel like they want to be seen. They want to be forgotten because they feel like they're forgettable. There's nothing special about them. Okay, the light attribute of the hermit seeks solitude to focus intently on inner life and personal creativity. So it's okay, you know, if you want to detach from society because people don't understand you. If you're focusing on your inner life and your personal creativity and what you're giving back to the collective in your own, you know, creation legacy, because you know what the world doesn't understand about you, and your work would help aid the reconciling of that. It's not good if you're a hermit and you're just sitting in there depressed, not doing anything, not allowing your creative energy to be expressed, you know, just kind of wasting away, time just drifting away, you know, passing by. And, you know, if you're going to be alone, then be productive. And if you're not going to be productive when you're alone, then you really should get out in the world more and interact with people more and make a difference with your ripple. The storyteller, okay, the other party. The storyteller makes up tales that harm others. The light attribute is the ability to experience and express life through stories and symbols. I think that the hermit might be afraid that the storyteller would use, it's almost like the storyteller would use their experience with the hermit to teach someone else what not to do. It's like the storyteller meets the hermit. And the storyteller tries to tell them a story about a person they knew once who went through this or went through that, just like they're doing. And, you know, this is what happened to them. And it's almost like metaphorical, like they're trying to speak in symbols for the hermit. They're trying to help the hermit understand the story that they're living is only half told, but they've seen an ending that's, you know, better or possible to avoid, like whatever it is. But they could also be telling this person a completely fabricated story to make them believe something that's not true. Like give them a hope that's not actually solidly founded on anything. Feeling like this person is just not taking them seriously. Or feeling like they're being judged because this person has experience about what they're dealing with, when they feel like this person has no idea what the fuck they're dealing with. Like, and I don't think that this hermit wants to be a part of this storyteller's stories to anybody else either. Like, I feel like everything about the storyteller is kind of repulsive to the hermit. But that's because the hermit's kind of repulsed by themselves, and they don't want to flip the script yet. They're not willing to tell a new story yet. The storyteller is giving them examples of new stories they can write themselves, but the hermit's kind of locked into their pity party, their fear state isolation. I feel like the storyteller understands the hermit's soul song. But the hermit's not ready to look at themselves. And I feel like this storyteller does have good intentions. Like, even if they did, you know, use this person's life experience in a story to help someone else, it's not like they're going to drop names, you know what I mean? And you know, and be like, oh yeah, it was this person. Like, no, they're going to say, oh yeah, I knew a guy once, or I knew a woman once. And you know what I mean? It's not going to be like that. I think the storyteller I'm just getting good energy from them. I think they're helpful, or at least they aspire to be helpful more than anything. The problem is they don't necessarily realize what harm they do if they were to make up or fabricate details or exaggerate a story in order to make it fit somebody else's healing the way they see it. It's kind of arrogant. Thinking they could tell someone one story and have it change their life, and it's a fake story. Like, people know when they're being lied to. Even if the intention's good, people do know when they're being lied to. And so they won't know why they don't trust you, because they could feel your good intention, but they also know that they were lied to. So they won't trust you. They'll continue to isolate. Don't lie to whoever this is. Whoever this is, they're analyzing the details of everything. Everything they're hearing, seeing, sensing, feeling. They're finding reasons to remain alone. Okay, so don't give them any reasons not to trust you if the intention as a storyteller is to help this person. They might even know somewhere along the line that someone's out there gossiping about them anyway and talking shit on them anyway, and they don't want to give this person any reason to blab and open up their mouth. Taking one fact and running a string of 10 false ones with it, you know. What is the projection, please, Spirit? The path projection. If you know, Dancing Shadows, codename Dancing Shadows, understands this face value dynamic, what is the projected path? The Hermit, again. Queen of Swords. This is about choosing to go back to your center and your heart's truth and not be harsh with the Queen of Swords, because it comes out with the King of Swords after. So it's not about being harsh with your heart's truth. It's about seeing the bigger point of view and bringing it into balance with temperance, alchemy. Bottom of the deck is the Six of Chalices, so it's definitely a past life connection. With the Two of Pentacles, it's a juggling, okay? It's a juggling of ideal and real, okay? There's the real world and there's the ideal, and there's this juggling, okay? There's this juggling, and they're not adding up. The ideal life and real life are two different things. You're trying to juggle living in real life while trying to balance the idea of getting this ideal life. And there's no actual actions into merging the two, right? To have your ideal be your real. And it is concerning this past life connection. So juggling ideal and real. You can't be a hermit if the hermit is you. You can't be a hermit and have an ideal reality that involves you not being alone. If your reality is that you're alone and you're afraid to interact with people for whatever reason, whatever wounding it is, you can't enjoy the reality of that, knowing that your ideal is something else and it involves people, right? So you have to be able to push yourself outside of the comfort zone of isolation and actually start to establish connections with others if ideally you want to be with other people. It's just 1:11:44 on the clock. If you're the storyteller, then ideally and reality is two different things, in that ideally you want to make a difference in this person's life. Ideally, you know this story is speaking to their soul song, but in reality, they just want to be alone. They just want to do the inner journey. They don't actually want your story. They don't want to be a part of your story. They don't want to hear it. Ideally, you would be able to help this person and they would receive what you're giving them, right, in regards to love and consideration. But the reality is they're not, and you're trying to reach someone who doesn't want to be reached. So this, from the Hermit to the Queen and King of Swords to the Temperance, Virgo, Sag energy, air energy. If you are a couple, right, and for those of you especially who catch the replay, if you are a couple and this is resonating with you as a partner, because they don't have to be isolated by themselves, in a house. They could be isolated in a house full of people and just completely separating, right, from their energy. They're not partaking. If this is a couple, I feel as if the heart space needs to not react with bitterness or disgust. I think the heart needs to not react with bitterness or disgust. And I think the mind needs to see the bigger picture, in that you might understand or feel the person's soul song and what they need, as far as like medicine, soul medicine, but you have never actually seen all of life through their eyes from start to finish. You don't know exactly what it is that, or who they've encountered, what they've experienced, what they've heard, how many different things they're trying to reconcile in their shadows. You don't know if it's because they're just insecure over their body, or insecure over their financial state, or insecure over their car. Maybe that's why they don't come out, because their car is a wreck, and people always talk about how it's, oh yeah, I knew they were coming, you could hear their car 2 blocks away, you know, like, it's like they don't want to be judged, and it's like needing to understand that it just might be beyond your control. It's above your spiritual pay grade, so to speak. You know, it's not anything that anybody could do but them. This is their inner journey. And the storyteller has to be able to recognize when someone's on that inner journey and they're just not reachable. Right? They're just not reachable where they are, and they need to be alone in order for things to balance out later. Right? The temperance, in order for things to balance out later, where spirit and emotion create something better. Willpower, right? What are the other choices, please, Spirit? Yeah, it's almost like having to keep your mouth shut and just focus on what it is that you're growing, and let the person be. Let the person be. Because otherwise, it's like, even the code name, Dancing Shadows, it's like your shadows are dancing around each other. You can't make stuff up either. Like, you can't make up a story or make up something, and just because, you know, people go along with it or stick to it, like, it's not helping. It's not helping. If that's, you know, if you're the storyteller and that's what you're doing, like, that's not helping. Making up false tales or putting out rumors or whatever, like, it's not helping this scenario. It's just shadow dancing. Your shadows dancing with their shadows, your demons dancing with their demons in the dark, and no one's paying the fuck attention. It's just, let it be. Somebody needs to just shut their mouth and focus on what it is that they're growing, right? In their own transformation. Between the nest and all the butterflies, like, you need to focus on your own transformation, your own truth, and just shut your mouth when it comes to this other person. Do your thing, let them do their thing, let it work itself out. You're just shadow dancing. You're just shadow dancing. What are the other choices, please, Spirit? What's the other choice? King of Clubs. 4 of Diamonds. Queen of Swords. Right, Queen of Spades. And one more. And the 2 of Swords. Yeah, the other option, I mean, if you're not going to take this for face value, that maybe someone just doesn't want to be around someone else right now, and they need to be on their own journey, and they don't want to hear your stories, they don't want to hear your comparisons, they don't want to know how you went through something similar. Like, they don't care. You need to let them be, right? Let them be, keep your mouth shut, focus on what it is you're growing, see the higher perspective. Everything comes full circle. They're not gone forever, right? Just gone for now, and things are balancing. If that is not your option, if you are not moving on your own and just letting them be, then you're trying to shine and burn even brighter, trying to control the situation, trying to be that bright light, right, that spark, not shutting your mouth. Queen of Swords, getting into the harsh truth, because you're trying to control it too hard, you're trying to control it too much. And then the 2 of Swords is having to make the choice, right, to walk away or cut something off. It's like you can walk away and end it on good terms and come back to this person later. Or you can continue to try and push and try and manipulate the situation and end up either having to choose to cut them out and now it's completely ruined, or they choose to cut you off and it's completely ruined. Okay, so either way, if someone wants their fucking space, let them take their fucking space. Go find yourself busy with something else, right? Find yourself busy with something else. Go create something else. Stop trying to create with them and go create yourself. Okay? Whoever that is, whoever the hermit is, needs to be left alone to figure it out. Because they don't want your help and they don't want to help anybody else. They don't care. They need to figure that out between them and them. And as a storyteller, you just keep their business private. Respect the fact that they want to be alone and don't go talking about them behind their back. Like, oh yeah, well, I haven't talked to them in so long because, you know, they were this or they were that or they were weird or they, you know, blah, blah, blah. Like, they're on some deep end shit. Like, no, I just haven't talked to them in a while. I don't know what it is they're going through, but I'm sure when they're ready, they'll reach out to me. It's totally different than going on a whole rant explaining to somebody why you don't talk to them right now. You know what I mean? Just be respectful of the hermit. Be respectful of the fact that he don't know what the fuck he's going through and he's figuring it out. You know? He's not receptive to other people. Don't judge him. It's the whole reason why he's isolating to begin with. Fear of being judged by others. So, just let them fucking be. No reason to keep their name in your mouth. Unless it's just being simple and respectful, as you would appreciate from anybody talking about you. If you were going through your shit, right? So, I hope that helps. Moving on to Magic Rabbit Hat. Codename Magic Rabbit Hat. Then it's Dark Irises, Little Troll, Gorilla Hugs, Nightingales, Dawn, and Penguins. So Magic Hat, we're going to start at 2 hours and 1 minute and 30 seconds. Did I do that right? Yeah, 120. Yep. Okay. So here we go. Codename Magic Rabbit Hat. Codename Magic Rabbit Hat. And the way that I got the download for the code name, it definitely was seeing like a magician's hat and watching like a lavender rabbit be pulled up from the hat. It's just the way I kept getting the code name. And the rabbit was legit purple, like a lavender. It was a big theme in the way I was receiving the code names. Lavender, it's crown chakra work. So anyway, for those of you who are fast forwarding to the replay who resonated to this name, I'm using the archetype cards. They're intended to represent you and another person so that you can understand the face value and the dynamic between the two of you for what it is. It may resonate that both cards sound like you or that both cards sound like the other person. That's fine. Take it how it resonates. But my intention is that one is you and one is them so that you can clearly see the dynamic between the two. All right. So code name Magic Rabbit Hat. Spirit, please. One more. Okay. Got the networker and the damsel. The networker and the damsel. Okay. The networker. Shadow attributes. Conveys information only for personal gains, spreads fears and falsehood. The light attributes enhances unity through the sharing of information and engenders social awareness and empathy. I think with the networker, this is someone who tries to connect the dots, This is someone who tries to get people on board. And they share what they want to share when they share it for a reason. There's some kind of gain, some kind of connection they want made for a reason. They might be able to use this person later, or use that person for this later. They only tell what they want to tell because they have something to gain from it. They're not going to tell you something that would cost them anything or ruin anything for them. Okay, so be aware. Hey, how you doing, Rebecca? You guys should check out her YouTube channel. She's great. She does full moon, or rather just moon cycle. She does the quarterlies, and they're great. Lots of knowledge in Rebecca Magic. I love you, Soul Sis. The thing about this person is that they're working on being able to give the whole story, right? The whole truth, and have the whole story and the whole truth be what benefits everyone, okay? And not just themselves. Revealing all of the knowledge might help the bigger picture and help people collectively make a decision. But when they refrain from doing that and they keep whatever knowledge would be to, you know, their detriment getting out to themselves and just relay the information that benefits them or paints a certain picture, it's detrimental. Now the damsel, I feel like the damsel is kind of sort of at risk of falling hook, line, sinker for this networker if they're in their shadow. This is waiting for a knight, you know, a knight in shining armor to provide for them the seduction by romantic illusion. The light attribute is understanding the nature of healthy romance and inspires you to rely on yourself. The networker is coming off almost like a salesman. I think they know that this damsel wants saving, and they know how they can benefit from the damsel. And so they're telling the damsel everything she wants to hear because she thinks she's being saved when really she's just the personal gain for this networker who's not necessarily telling her the whole story. Which is why this networker is teaching them how to inspire to rely on themselves, because every time they rely on somebody else, it's like they talk a big game and then all of a sudden it's like, well, wait, you said if I did this for you, we would do this or we would do that. And they'd be like, yeah, we are. And you'd be like, but doesn't that mean this? And doesn't that mean that? And they'd be like, well, who said that? I told you this and I told you that and I stuck to this and I stuck to that. It's not my fault you didn't know this, and it's not my fault you expected that. All of a sudden, the damsel's like, whoa, wait a minute. Like, I thought you cared about me. I thought you cared about me. I thought you were coming here to save me. And the networker's like, I was making connections because they benefit me. I made this connection with you because it benefited me. Sorry, I didn't tell you the whole story. They're just going to network somebody else. So be aware, that's the dynamic. If this is the code name you resonated to, magic rabbit hat, I think this networker might just be like pulling rabbits out of a hat, like dazzling this damsel. Because they feel like the damsel is going to give them something that they want. Maybe the damsel is. Maybe the damsel wants to be rescued. So the damsel is jumping through hoops, not looking in the mirror, but reflecting back everything this networker is in their light, just being. They're just being. Damsel don't see it. They're buying into this illusion that they want. Well, Spirit's trying to convince the damsel to let go of the illusion and save herself. Let go of the illusion. Look in the mirror and save yourself. Stop mirroring back, all of the light someone else is creating by giving and pouring and doing for them because they're in their light, just doing them. And you're not even realizing you're in your shadow, not looking at yourself, just endlessly pouring out to something that's not actually holding your best interest. It's not actually saving you. Keeps you in fear, like if you wouldn't have this or have that without them, spreading fear and falsehood. Well, who would want you? Aren't you lucky that I want you? It's like, bitch, if you want me, someone else will. Fuck you. Like, I don't need you. Shit. It's almost, I'm also getting almost this weird feeling of like blackmail too, which is kind of crazy. It's like, well, if you do that, I'm going to tell your mother you did this, or I'm going to tell, it's like, no, don't tell my mother. No, I don't want her to know that. And so it's like, it's this weird, what I'm getting is this weird dynamic between someone whose ego is out of control and someone whose confidence and insecurity is out of control. And someone needs an ego check and someone else needs to stand on their own 2 feet. All right, that's the dynamic, that's the breakdown. So with that, Prisma Visions Tarot, right? What is the projected path? If you can understand, right, for face value, that this is the dynamic between you and another, right? Magic rabbit hat. Someone's pulling, magic rabbits out of their fucking hat. This is a past life connection, 6 of chalices. Okay, you are contracted to go through the emotional gamut as far as learning about this stuff, humbling the self and relying on the self. You can understand that this is the projected path and the healing that you're going through with this person. What does it look like? Okay. If you understand this dynamic, if you understand, the bottom of the deck is the King of Pentacles, self-sufficiency, right? I'm feeling like this is the damsel. The divine is trying to get you, the querent, right? The person who resonated to the reading, to be financially secure, to be creative in their stability, right? To not need anybody, but to rule your life. With the 3 of Swords on top, which means that heartbreak is coming. You know that heartbreak is coming. If you understand this dynamic, then you know as the damsel that the networker is going to break your heart. They were meant to, because you're meant to find your independence. You're meant to find your own stability. You're not meant to seek a knight in shining armor. No one's supposed to save you. You're supposed to save yourself. Okay? You're supposed to save yourself. So if you understand this dynamic, oh, this is this beautiful connection. I feel like I've known them forever. They understand me, blah, blah, blah. I want to have the house with them. I want to have joy and stability with them. I could see myself having kids and raising a family with them. And then all of a sudden there's this internal conflict in the 8 of Swords in the mental prison. Why am I not happy? Why am I not happy? Why do I feel like I'm in a mental prison? Why do I feel conflicted in myself? I have this person in my life, they're great, they're everything, and blah, 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 but why am I unhappy? Why am I internally conflicted? I've made this connection with someone who painted a picture to give me everything I wanted, and I'm not happy. Why? Because at the end of the day, you're codependent on them for your happiness, and if they go away, so does your happiness. That's why you're not happy, because you know if they went away, your happiness would be too. So is your happiness really there, or are they there? No, they're there. But your happiness wasn't from the beginning, and it's not now. That's why you're like, why am I not happy? Why am I conflicted? Because you're codependent on them. I'm not saying you have to leave them, but you have to be independent. You have to be able to save yourself. You have to be able to look in the mirror and heal yourself. You're just going to end up being conflicted. not knowing what to do. You might even end up in a confrontation with family over this person. Because there's something about them that's off, you know, and your family might be telling you there's something about them that's off. I don't know what it is. I can't put my finger on it. I know you're super happy, but there's something about it that's just not right. And you know it, It's almost like convincing yourself that you don't sense it when you do because you want the knight in shining armor. When it's almost like they're using you as a stepping stone. Like sticking it out with you, being supported by you and loved by you while they're working on something else so that they can get over here. Like they're working on getting from A to B, but they're stuck somewhere in between, and that's where they found you, and they're hoping that you could just get them to be a little bit faster, a little bit smoother. But they always planned on getting from A to B. You wanted the knight in shining armor, and they figured, all right, well, I'll take her for a little bit of the ride. Maybe she could be of use to me, and then when I'm ready to let her go, I'm going to cut her loose. Like, they don't actually have intentions of all these dreams. And if they're providing this, it's because there's something they're getting out of it. There's some kind of gain. There's some kind of gain. It's not like it just can't carry on this way. You know what I mean? Like, you have to be able to get out of the illusion and understand a healthy romantic relationship where you are your own individual person. You create your own happiness from within, and you're not banking or waiting on anybody else to make you smile. You're not banking or waiting on anybody else to bring you peace or fix your day. No, you have a shit day. Fine, you had a shit day, and the next day you're going to wake up and you're going to get your hair done and you're going to shower and you're going to put on some fucking makeup or put on some fresh clothes that are fresh out of your closet or drawers and not in your kind of sort of worn but still clean like pile over there. Like legit picking yourself up, getting into something crafty, getting into music, getting into cooking, getting into something that is of your creation. Maybe it's doing research. Maybe it's starting a journal. Whatever it is, like, you don't base your whole life and everything you do around keeping this person. Because this person is your saving dream. I think you'd be setting yourself up for mental havoc later. Mental havoc, because you will have put so much time and so much energy into making this person happy with and set on their path, sacrificing your own. You're not going to know what to do later to get back on path when this person reaches their point B and they're like, I don't need you here anymore. Thanks. Don't put yourself in that position. Right? Don't put yourself in that position. If you understand this dynamic, face value, what it is, you can choose in advance not to take the mental prison path, the internally conflicted path. You can focus on yourself and start to do the work. Healthy relationships where the give and take is not one way. It's mutual. It's mutually beneficial, mutual respect. The networker would want you to be as happy and as stable as you want them to be happy and stable, right? They would be helping you get to your point B too, instead of just dragging you along to their point B and then dropping you off like, I don't know where your point B is, but this is mine, see ya. You know, you just don't go there. What are the other choices on the table, Spirit, please? If that's the face value, highest path awareness, what is the other choice? What other choices do they have? Okay. So you can Jack of Diamonds, believe in slow and steady wins the race, and come out King of Hearts, you know, this big old heart that just loves and appreciates this networker more than anybody has ever loved or appreciated them, and end up abandoned and self-sabotage with the 5 of Diamonds and the 10 of Spades. This is 5 of Pentacles and 10 of Swords. Okay. This person at the end of the day, no matter how much you love them and how much you appreciate them, and no matter how much you do for them, thinking if you just take your time, if you just stick around, if it's just, you know, if you just keep doing it and show your value, they'll save you forever. They're not going to save you forever. They're not going to save you forever. I'm sorry. It's just not. It's not in the cards. Not with whoever this person is. You know, this person has a very set goal in life. You have a very set lesson in life. And you have both benefited each other on that mission. You have helped them go from point A to point B, and they have helped you be inspired to rely on yourself. That is what this is. And you can choose to be happy and blah, 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 to feel conflicted later and ask yourself, what's the problem? Why do I feel like I'm in prison? Why do I feel like I can't escape? Why do I feel unhappy? You can go down that road. Start to create your own stability within, knowing this person's probably going to leave at some point. They're not a permanent fixture in your life experience. Knowing that you can create something else and you can get out of the mental, like, drudgery that you're putting yourself through. Like, why did it happen to me? Why was I disappointed? Why didn't they stay? I thought I was great. It's not that you weren't great. It's just not the lesson. The lesson is not to know whether or not you're great. The lesson is whether or not you can rely on yourself. And so Spirit's like, either way, you're either going to be in your head about it, or you're going to absolutely end up alone and sabotage yourself. I think it's not terrible to love this networker. I think that they've manifested you for a reason. You know, they're obviously on a mission and they're in touch with themselves that they manifested help. But you got to realize you're just help and start focusing on your own thing, because they're not focused on you doing your own thing. No one's focused on you and doing your own thing, not even you. Like, you have to get focused. Whoever the damsel is, right? Whoever the damsel is, they need to get focused and plan on not having this networker around. I think the only potential, if this networker is truly someone who is like meant to be in your life, I think the only way to keep this going is if the damsel legit puts and invests time in herself, and they just so happen to be investing in the same kind of collective goal, that what their path is and what their path is could intrinsically work out to solve some kind of collective issue, that they would be inspired to work together in some way. But I don't see it. I don't see it. I think if anything, there's like a small potential, but it's really riding on the damsel character to not actually need a networker, which it calls for an entire mental shift, right? From going from wanting a knight in shining armor for God knows how long to not believing in a knight in shining armor anymore and believing in the self. Like, that's a complete mental shift, and it has to be a permanent one for this to work. It has to be a permanent one for this to work. And even then, it might not work, because the shadow attribute of the networker, if they're not paying attention to their own healing, they really are just using what's to their benefit while they can. They have another idea in mind completely. So, hope that helps. Taking it for face value, right? Taking it for face value. That was Magic Rabbit Hat. Spirits reminding me to let you know, like, you can't hold anything against the networker for being the networker and not using your best judgment through it or letting your wounding get the best of you. Right, and it was just 1:44 on the clock. So if you've got to go into hermit mode and retreat and recollect yourself and ask yourself what the fuck you're doing, that you're manifesting people that you know aren't permanent in your life, and you're giving all of yourself to, you know, a dynamic that isn't in it for the long run with you, and you're being used as a stepping stone or a life raft, like, because you've got needs and they're only half being filled, like, something's got to give, right? Something's got to give. All right, so moving on. Codename Dark Irises, like the flower. All right, and it's crazy because the actual irises I saw, they were like that velvety black wine color with a little like bright yellow gold in the middle, but the irises themselves, so I don't know if you have them or you know someone who has them, or they just bring up a certain memory for you, but they were dark irises. They were like this dark black burgundy like wine color iris with this really bright like yellow inside the center. Beautiful flowers. They might mean something to you. Okay. But dark irises, secret code name, and those who resonate to it. What time did I say? We'll do 1, or rather it would be 2 hours, 26 minutes, and 20 seconds. All right, so dark irises. We'll do 00. 226. Okay. So if you're fast forwarding in the replay, you missed the introduction. I'm holding the intention with the archetype cards that one is you and one is another person. It may resonate with you that they're both you. It may resonate that they are both another person. However, I am holding the intention that one is you and one is them, so that you can understand the face value of the dynamic between you and them. Okay, whoever they are. So here we go, face value for dark irises, secret code name Dark Irises. What 2 cards, please, Spirit? Who else? Who else? Trickster came out first. And the Fool. The Trickster and the Fool. This is the second time the Trickster popped up in the readings. So talking about the Trickster, the shadow is manipulating others through duplicity. The light attribute is transcending convention, stuffiness, and predictable behavior. The Trickster is someone who puts on faces and facades and dazzles and tells you everything you want to hear, and they distract you in just the right way so that they could pull off whatever trick they're pulling. Okay, keeping your focus on something else in order to get something else done. Being nice to your face and then talking shit behind your back kind of person. This is someone who is not letting you see their true intentions or motives because you're predictable. I'm just hearing because you're predictable. The Trickster knows that if they do this over here, you're going to watch that over there, and then you're not going to say or pay attention to what's going on down there. You're predictable. They know it, and so they're using their many faces to interact with you in a certain way because they know that they can get away with something. They don't think that you're going to catch on, or that even if you did, that you'd call them out on it or something. Like, you'd probably make an excuse. Oh, no, they would never do that. Oh, yes, they would. I could never believe that. Well, you should. This person, I feel like this person maybe even offered you something or gifted you something. Either offered you or gifted you in order to hide something else. Whether what they were hiding was guilt, shame, embarrassment, motive, it doesn't matter. But I feel like this person either gave you an offer or actually gave you like a gift or an item. But for a reason. It wasn't just because they were thinking of you or because they care. There's a reason why. Even if it's making somebody else jealous, or if it's even to get you comfortable doing a certain favor for them that maybe you wouldn't have if you didn't feel they were invested in you. This person's smart. Whoever it is, this person's smart. And so if we get to the Fool, right? The shadow attribute is using humor to wound rather than liberate, denial of your emotional truth. This is someone who obviously puts on the happy face but is crying underneath. This person, whoever the Fool is in the dynamic, this person might know that they're being tricked and being played. And they might make some short jabs at them, like, oh yeah, well, if you weren't, fucking the girl at work and blah, 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 you know what I mean? Like, maybe I wouldn't do this, but there's no actual proof that they're fucking the girl at work, you know what I mean? But maybe they actually are, and they're but making you believe that they're not, or you're crazy or whatever. But it's like casting jokes. You could even be casting jokes on yourself, like talking about yourself. Oh yeah, well, I'm always a hot mess and blah blah blah. You know me, this day, that day, da 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 da. Like talking bad about yourself is a joke, when in all seriousness, like you're maybe a hot mess. Denial of the emotional truth. I think you might even know you're being manipulated by this person, but you don't know how to face the fact that you're being manipulated, and you maybe learn to care about them. The light attribute of the Fool is fearlessly revealing emotion and helping people to laugh at absurdity and hypocrisy. Fearlessly talk about how you feel and laugh like at the absurdity and hypocrisy of this person. Like I feel like they're coming off like they're God's gift to you. Like there's some blessing, when in reality, like, they're a fucking douche. Like, devil energy, like I just feel that two-faced bullshit, you know what I mean? It's that two-faced bullshit. Like, you gotta learn to laugh at the fact that you allowed a person of this character to get over on you or hurt you in any way. Like, wow, what a lesson that was. I will never go back to that place. I will never joke or talk badly of myself to where I would attract someone like this who knows how to, rip through that energy like it's no tomorrow to their advantage. Because there's people out there like that. They'll hear you talking or joking bad about yourself or whatever, and they've been reading books about people like you. And not only have they been reading books about people like you, they know how to take advantage of people like you, because those books and those blogs and those websites are all out there. How to mentally take advantage of people, how to play mind games. All that shit's out there. You just might so happen to catch one of their ears talking shit on yourself. You might bring up a story that's embarrassing to other people because it's funny. And it hurts them to bring it up, and they're like, oh, what, it was a funny story. And it's like, yeah, but it's not actually funny for them. It's painful for them to relive it. It's embarrassing. But it's almost like you don't care about embarrassing them because in your mind, like, you're so much worse, but you're talking about this story as if you would never make those mistakes. You know what I mean? When there's other mistakes that people don't know about, it's this. It's like the trickster is outright manipulating, and they know they're manipulating. But the fool is also manipulating, but they're fooling themselves if they think they're not. And so the two of these characters involved, I think one needs to get in touch with their truth. I think the fool really needs to get in touch with their truth about how they feel, especially about this trickster, especially if there's gaslighting. You got to help this person understand, especially if they did make you an offer or make you or give you a gift in order to distract you from something. Like, you have to be able to let this person know how ridiculous it is that they thought that was going to work. Like, did you really think that was going to work? That I didn't know your actual intention or your actual motive? Or you didn't think that I knew you were distracting me from something else, or that you were covering up something else? That you were trying to right a wrong that you didn't want me to know about? You realize how stupid that is? Like, can we laugh at how stupid it was that you thought I would fall for that? Because that's what they do. Their light attribute is to bring up the unpredictable, to bring out, to bring you out and away from stuffiness, to get you to break your mold. That's what tricksters do. Eventually they get you to break your mold. But you got to be able to break theirs to do it, right? You got to be able to break theirs. You got to be able to catch them in their illusion, right? In their magic, in their razzle dazzle. You've got to kind of catch them. So knowing this is the dynamic, right? Knowing that someone is manipulating and somebody else is, ignoring the fact that they're being hurt because they know they're being manipulated and they're just letting it happen. Not, talking about how they feel, that they're outright denying how they feel to themselves, knowing they're being manipulated by someone else. They're being razzled and dazzled by someone's words and behavior, and it's like, it's not actually telling of who they are. So Spirit, this is the path projection, right? If they understand this face value. Really, we've got the Death card and the Magician, the Five of Chalices, and the Ace of Swords. Queen of Wands is on the bottom of the deck. Top of the deck is the Sun. Okay. The Sun on the top of the deck, you're on path, right? You're on your path to healing. You, the Aquarian, who resonated to this reading, whether you're the trickster or the fool, you're on path, and you're aware. Okay, you're aware. At some point, the fool's going to call you on your bullshit. If you're the trickster watching this, and you are, the fool is eventually going to freak out and call you on your bullshit, and you're not going to be able to call them a liar. Okay? You're not going to be able to call them a liar. I mean, you can, but they're going to know. Okay? The Queen of Fire, the Queen of Wands, being the underlying issue is there is a soul spark. There is a part of your best version that you have not yet come into alignment with. Whether you're the trickster or the fool, you haven't fully come into your authentic path. You know you're on it. You know you're being real and true to yourself. You don't necessarily know how to bring out the best of it from your heart space in order to create the best circumstances for your own manifestation. Comes out with the Death and the Magician cards, and then the Five of Chalices and the Ace of Swords. So the way I'm reading this, if you understand this face value dynamic, that we've got someone who's manipulative and someone who's in denial. You've got to let it go and create your own magic. You've got to let it transform. You've got to let it die or transform and create your own magic. Because even with the Trickster card, if you look at this Magician card, what's in between his hands, he's playing with and manipulating a little teeny person. There's a little teeny person in between his hands. And she's kind of just like floating there, and he's manipulating her in between his hands. I think this Magician would be the absolute death of you. To where you're going to feel like a wreck, and that's the truth. Because you knew this person was manipulating you, and you knew you should have let it go a long time ago, and you didn't. So it's almost like if you're hurt and you're a wreck, it's your own fault and you know it. You are sad because you chose to be sad. You were sad staying in this relationship, and so what happens when we stay in a certain resonation? It becomes more, and so you created more sadness, and that's the truth. I think you're only going to continue to be manipulated by this person if you don't allow yourself to let go and break free with the emotional truth that you're hurting. If you continue to stay in this and the trickster is not transforming, then you're going to need to speak the truth about what a mess you are over the way they're treating you and manipulating you. You're going to have to voice that. Because that's not okay. Being manipulated like that is not okay. And so if you're aware of this, you understand the face value, you have to talk to this person. It's not okay that they manipulate you. It's not okay that you're an emotional mess underneath everything and you're trying to hold your shit together. It's not right. That they're just playing mind games, right? It's not right. You got to have that discussion. What are the other options? Spirit, please. What are the other options? What are the other options? The other choices? Ten of clubs. 10 of swords. 10 of spades. Yeah. Okay. All right. No reaping of rewards. 10 of clubs and 10 of spades. Your other choice is to stay in burden and self-betrayal, right? Stay in burden and self-betrayal, knowing that you're spiritually weighed down, knowing that you're mentally weighed down, knowing that someone is being manipulated and someone is in denial of it. The victory comes from getting in touch with your soul spark, okay? From mastering your own spirit and your ability to let your soul song blare. If you deserve love and you deserve victory and you don't deserve to be manipulated and you deserve to call that shit for what it is, then that's where you got to go with your energy. You got to get that fire lit and make the choice to cut off the thieves and start that new path. 2 of spades, 7 of spades, and the ace of clubs. knowing that you have to make that definitive choice to cut out the things that are robbing you of your healing, robbing you of your energy, robbing you of your light, robbing you of your joy, you know, crying behind the happy face you're putting on because you're just fucking sad under there. You know someone is using you in some way, like you know it, and it's heartbreaking. It could be family. It could be a longtime friend. It could be a partner. It doesn't matter who it is. You know they're manipulating you and they're playing mind games with you, and they're possibly even gaslighting you and making you believe you're crazy, like you don't remember it right when you do. You know what I mean? They're making you question the details you remember. You need to be able to claim victory and stand up for yourself and your soul light and be like, this is not acceptable. This dynamic between you and I cannot continue this way. I can't keep denying that I'm not happy if I'm the fool, and I can't think that I can manipulate someone forever and not have them blow the fuck up with me if I'm the trickster. Right? No matter what it is. At the end of the day, the choice to cut something off that is robbing you of your soul spark is going to be made either way. Because this way it ends in the Ace of Swords. The truth is going to come out and it's going to set you free. And if you've got to let somebody go, then you've got to let somebody go. And if you're a hot mess, then you're a hot mess. But at least the truth is out and they're not doing it to you anymore. Otherwise, it's just burden and mental anguish and self-sabotage. You're going to stay in this sad state until you get that fire under your ass that can't take it no more. Like the divine's going to push you to a breaking point. Either way, you're getting pushed to a breaking point with this dynamic, right? So you got to anticipate it, which is the face value. Right? That's why we're doing these readings, taking it for face value. The dynamic you have between this person, one way or another, the truth is going to come out. The truth is going to come out. The unhappiness and the injustice is going to be discussed. All right, one way or the other. It's not acceptable. So I hope that helps and makes sense to you in hindsight, right? Hope it makes sense. The next code name is Little Troll. Little Troll. And the way that Spirit gave me the code name, it was kind of like almost like a gnome. Like it was troll, but it was like a gnome. Because it was a troll's face, but it was small, like a gnome, and had the little hat, you know, like the little the little gnome hat. He was kind of like in a hole, like underneath the roots of a tree, like peeking out, like like this ugly little mini troll. I was like, oh God, you know, like Spirit, what is going on with this? But that's the code name. So if you resonated to Little Troll, or if that's your code name, this is for you. We're gonna start it at the 2-hour. 47-minute mark. Did I do that right? Yeah, 47. All right, so code name Little Troll. Yeah, it's a little teeny troll. The way I saw that. So for those of you who are fast forwarding in the replays and did not see the intro, I am pulling from my archetype cards with the intention to pull one for you and one for somebody else so that you understand the face value dynamic between the two of you for what it is. It may resonate that both cards sound like you and you're looking at different aspects of yourself. It could look like two cards for someone else completely, and you're just getting a better understanding of where they are. It could resonate both ways, but I'm holding the intention specifically that these cards are one you and one someone else, okay? Which doesn't matter, it's just take it how it resonates. All right, so Spirit, please. Secret code name, Little Troll, and those who resonate to it. Whoop. What 2 cards, please, Spirit? There's 1. And there's 2. All right. So we got the engineer and the athlete. The engineer. Shadow attribute of the engineer is reliance on mechanistic solutions without regard for emotional consequences. The light attribute is the ability to give creative energy a practical expression and talent for designing resolutions to common dilemmas. this person, right, really strong air energy. It came up earlier in one of the other readings. This person does not understand or does not value the emotional ramifications or consequence that comes along with choosing the most effective and efficient option, right, with whatever it is that solves their immediate problem. They don't necessarily have any attachment to the feelings of others, okay? Not that they don't care how others feel, it's just not their priority. How someone else feels about something they choose to solve their problems is not their priority, okay? I'm also getting unorthodox solutions. All right, so just because it hurts other people doesn't necessarily mean it's the wrong solution. It might be the most effective and efficient solution. It's just everybody else is dealing with the triggers. But this person has fucking problems that they're solving. They can't give a shit about somebody else's feelings. They can't care, right? It's not that they don't, they can't. They can't care when it comes to solving the problem, if you like it or not, or feel some type of way or not. Like, listen, we have this problem. I need you to do this to fix it. I don't care if you feel this way or that way. I need it to be fixed, and you know it needs to be fixed. So I need you to get over your fucking feelings and just do it. It's like that kind of person. I need you to get over your feelings and just do that. Or be this. Or show up in this way. Like, or stay the fuck away from me. Like, whatever it is, whatever the solution is, like, this person, it's like, you need to put your feelings on the back burner and deal with the problem with me. You can't just disappear because you don't feel like it. You know what I mean? Or it bothers your feelings. Like, whatever it is, this person doesn't want to hear about it. They want the problem solved. Okay? There's a problem. They want it solved. They want it fixed. They don't want to deal with it anymore. The athlete. The shadow attribute is the misuse of athletic ability for selfish ends or a false sense of invulnerability and entitlement. The light attribute is dedication to transcending their physical limits, including handicaps and the development of personal willpower and strength of spirit. Okay, so this person may be using physical handicaps as an excuse not to do certain things. They also might feel like they're untouchable, invincible even in the dynamic, and that they're entitled. They're entitled to whatever they're getting from the engineer. I hold up the whole world, right? I hold up the whole world, and that's all I need to do. I don't need to do anything else. I hold up to 3D. I think with this dynamic, if you resonated to this code name, little troll. I think that the engineer, whoever this is, over time with the excuses of the athlete, because they know the athlete's more than capable. They know they can overcome certain physical limitations or handicaps that they have. They know that there's a certain amount of excuse being put on that handicap in order to avoid solutions, right? Avoid solutions that the engineer is coming up with. Nope, that doesn't work for me because I feel entitled to this, or I feel entitled to that, or I'm holding up the whole, 3D reality, like you figure out something else. And it's like, this person emotionally gets more and more numb to caring about how this person feels, to the point where they might come up with a solution that saves them in the most effective and efficient way, and tells the athlete to kind of go fuck himself because you're not entitled. I don't give a shit what 3D world you think you've, created or are holding up. Like, everything else is falling apart because you're not necessarily, paying attention to the solutions. I feel like I'm getting excuses. The athlete needs to work on their willpower and their strength of spirit. They need to be able to get the job done. If they want to be this, they need to be the best at. If they want to be that, then they got to be the best at. Like they can't say, oh, well, I am that, but then only be that 1 or 2% of the time to the best of their abilities. It's selfish ends. Okay, it's almost like they're using their handicap for selfish ends so that they could do what they want. Because they don't actually have the will or the strength of spirit to be their best version. They're asking the engineer to come up with solutions that allow them to continue to be invincible, continue to matter, continue to be entitled and reap the rewards of all of that. They want the engineer to come up with a solution for their issue and their own. Well, this engineer is going to get creative. Okay, they will get creative. And they will design a solution. But they won't have any fucking care in the world for how you feel about it. To the athlete. Oh, you're stressed out? You're emotionally stressed out now? Oh, well. Oh, you're emotionally overburdened now. Oh, well. Maybe the engineer took themselves out of the equation. Hey, figure out how to hold that big old world up without me. Because I don't care how you feel. I need to make it easier on me. I need help with these solutions. I can't have you kind of like the way I saw the troll, like hiding away in the little hole, right? Like the roots under the tree, like hiding in the hole, like I'm here, but I'm not. It's like this ugly little troll. It's like, there's a reason why things are not feeling cohesive or smooth, or why certain energies could be acting out. It's not because the engineer isn't smart enough to come up with a solution. They're trying to come up with a solution that doesn't include a missing essential piece, which is the athlete. The athlete is trying to convince the engineer to come up with a solution in which they're not involved, and that's not possible. That's not harmony. That's why there's discord. That's why the energy, when certain things are out of balance, other things in the 3D like mirror that. Someone needs to step up into their role and almost like be the superhero, because they were always meant to be that. They can't use their physical limitations as an excuse not to hold up the world the way they're supposed to hold up the world. Okay. So if that is the face value of the dynamic in its present state, you can understand that that's the face value of where you're at with the dynamic. What is the projected path? Spirit, what is the projected path, please? For Little Troll and those who would resonate to the code name. All right, that one's staying. Okay. Bottom of the deck is the Ace of Wands. Top of the deck is the Six of Swords. All right, you know with the Six of Swords being on the top of the deck, you've got to create a bridge. You've got to create a bridge of understanding between you and another person in order to move forward out of the turbulence, out of the nightmarish, rocky stress. You've got to create a bridge of understanding between you and another, right? There has to be a bridge of understanding. The Ace of Wands, there's got to be soul fire. You've both got to be lit and determined to end whatever stormy state you're in. This is not a one-man job. This is a two-man job where two people have to put their heads together. Like the brain and the brawn, someone is the brain, someone's the brawn. You have to work together. You got to work together. It can't be one way or the other. This Six of Swords, you've got to be able to transform together. Look at this card. The two butterflies flying over the bridge. Like if you don't connect the bridge, if you don't connect your worlds, then you both got to transform and fly over the gaps, because either way you got to bridge the gap. Either way you got to bridge the gap. With the Ace of Wands on the bottom, it's your individual soul fire, your authenticity that sets you free. Your aspirations that set you free. Sex life may be struggling. Underlying issue is the fact of the matter is there's no actual passion, right? The spirit is trying to bring passion back to the relationship, because I feel wherever you're at with the Six of Swords, like there's nothing that gets that flowing. You know what I mean? There's just nothing that gets that flowing. We get the High Priestess with the Six of Wands, the World, the Queen of Swords, and the Knight of Wands. And the Queen of Swords and the Knight of Wands came out together. This High Priestess card, she's eating pomegranates and walking away through the water, right? There's actually water on the ground. And there's like ripples and things like that. I think at some point, because the High Priestess is about intuition and secrets. I think that if you have to walk away to make your life easier, to solve your problems, because in your mind, if you're the engineer, you're looking at this athlete like, if you want me to solve all my fucking problems without you, don't be surprised when I solve all of my problems without you. You know what I mean? Like, you wanted me to solve all my problems and your problems without you, but the solution I came to doesn't involve you, like, at all. because you were just a part of my fucking problem. You know what I mean? It's like that kind of, if you're going to leave all of this on me to fucking fix and you're going to disappear because, you know, you're entitled to whatever, maybe I just won't include you in my future plans at all. And I'll just solve my problems without you being a part of it. You know, it's like knowing that you might have to go there. Not that you would want to, but because you're getting numb. Like you're slowly getting numb to caring about how the athlete feels or wants or what they feel entitled to, because at the end of the day, it's like you're solving so many problems and they're not all yours to solve, or it's not on you to solve them all. With this High Priestess card, I think you know that there's an option on the table that maybe you're not discussing, but that you're aware of. And it would involve walking in a new direction, especially because the Six of Wands comes out afterwards, and it's very similar to a traditional Six of Swords card, which is about moving forward away from turbulence, only this is claiming victory and moving towards the light, moving towards the dawn. So if you're moving away here and you're hopping on your boat claiming victory, it's like one less fucking problem, and you close that cycle. Right? And you close that cycle with the World card, seal it, knowing that this is the dynamic, knowing that this is what is transpiring because of it, right? You know that you need to make a shift in moving forward towards your light in a solution that closes this dynamic, right? This way of interacting with each other. The Queen of Swords with the Knight of Wands. It's being really fucking honest. Okay, the Queen of Swords is about being really honest. It's not necessarily about being bitter, and you don't want to necessarily be reckless with your words either. So be mindful of that. It's a matter of speaking your truth from a very passionate place, like not being able to continue. Reaching that point where you can explain to this person, if you're the engineer, right, in this dynamic, if you're the engineer, that you can explain to the athlete that you're becoming numb. That whatever passion you had for them is disappearing. Whatever empathy or consideration you had for them is slowly disappearing, like you're starting to become numb to them. They feel like they're untouchable. And so spirits kind of, if they don't rain check that, right? If they don't rain check that and start stepping up, then you're going to find a solution to a problem. And they're not going to necessarily realize that they were the problem you were finding a solution to. I think you have to be really clear with them. I think you have to be very honest. I don't think that attacking them is the right way to go, but I think that bringing it to full awareness is. I think there's a certain way that you can articulate it that's real, that they could feel, but they have to get out of this, I'm limited, I'm handicapped, I don't have the willpower or strength of spirit to be my best self, I'm just gonna hide away in my little troll hole. You know what I mean? Like you can't let them make excuses. You can't let them make excuses to your detriment. You got to be able to move on and move forward. Right, so what are the other options, Spirit? What are the other choices? Because if you understand that value, the face value of this dynamic, then you know that you've got to let them know they're needed, right? They're fucking needed, and it's not just on a temporary, right now, every now and then basis. No, I fucking need you every day. I need you a part of the solution and not the problem every day. I need you a part of the solution and not the problem every day. That conversation has to be had. because I feel like the athlete's just adding to the problem. And they think because they've solved some problems that they don't need to solve the others, when that's not the case. Not the case. So what is the other option, Spirit? What is the other way this goes if they don't understand this dynamic? Yeah, King of Clubs, right? Soul fire gets fucking lit. They only care about themselves, non-committal king, right? Three of Swords, Three of Spades. Yeah, it ends up breaking your hearts. Ace of Clubs reversed. No new beginning. Seven of Clubs. Nine of Hearts. Three of Diamonds. You'll end up defending yourself and your soul wish, and getting involved in a contract or agreement with someone else. If this goes unchecked, it will eventually end in fucking heartbreak, okay? It can't keep going on like this. It will eventually end in heartbreak. Someone will snap a crack. The spark will be gone. Someone's going to defend themselves and go find their wish fulfillment elsewhere. They're going to go find their wish fulfillment elsewhere. Which isn't a terrible thing if that's what you want. But if that's not what you want, and that's not what the other person wants, right? If that's not what you both actually want, then you need to come up with a solution where you close this cycle of one person having to fix all the problems and the other person feeling entitled, you know, to not do whatever because of their handicaps or what they're pulling in or holding up. Like it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. You need to claim victory if you want this to work together in whatever dynamic you're in. You need to claim victory together and work on this. Fire under the ass, soul spark. Whoever the athlete is really does need to get into their willpower and their strength of spirit to be a better version of themselves. Because I definitely feel like whoever this is, they're not stepping up, doing what they could be doing. Not with this card. There's excuses being had. They can do all that you want them to do plus some. But they're trying to get away with only doing half, if that. And the Engineer. Just make sure you consider all of the possible solutions, emotions of others included first, before you decide the best solution can't count how other people feel. Including yourself, right? Don't inadvertently hurt yourself. You might want to watch my May readings, the Zodiac reads. Because there was energies like this around. So just, if you want extra guidance, you can go into the May readings. I'm going to be doing June one soon. So I hope that helps. All right, that was codename Little Troll. We've got three more. We've got Gorilla Hugs next, Nightingales, Dawn, and then Penguins. And then I'm going to wrap this up and let it load so you guys can watch the replays. Hopefully it goes straight through and it's all good. This is for codename Gorilla Hugs. This is the worst deck to shuffle out of all my decks. I'll tell you that. It's fucking terrible. Okay, so Gorilla Hugs, we're going to start. We're going to do math. 3 hours and 13 minutes and 33 seconds. Okay. So gorilla hugs. Oh, come on. Here we go. For those of you who are fast forwarding for the replay and didn't catch the introduction, I'm pulling the archetype cards with the intention that one is you and one is someone else. It may resonate that they're both you. It may resonate with you that they're both someone else. Take it how it resonates. But I'm holding the intention that one is you and one is them, so that you can understand the face value dynamic between you and another that's significant in your life right now. All right, more significant than any of the others, because otherwise it wouldn't be coming up. So, Spirit, please, for code name Gorilla Hugs. What are the two archetype cards, please? For them and another. Child magical. That's its second appearance. And the beggar. All right. Child magical and beggar. Now, child magical, anytime we have child that comes out on one of these cards, it's addressing childhood wounding. Okay, it's addressing childhood wounding. So the child magical, okay, the shadow attribute of child magical is pessimism, depression, and disbelief in miracles, believing that energy and action are not required for growth. The light attribute is seeing the potential of sacred beauty in everything, in all things, the belief that everything is possible. So, this person, child magical, does not believe in miracles. They are depressed. They are pessimistic. They don't believe that they are required to do anything or be anything or show up for anything to grow. Like, they just don't believe in, they don't believe that they can make a difference. And so they don't change and they don't grow. Okay. The shadow attribute of the beggar is dependence on others to the exclusion of effort. The light attribute confronts empowerment at the level of physical survival and awakens the spiritual authority of humility, compassion, and self-esteem. Okay, so if this is the dynamic between this person and that person, one person doesn't believe in miracles, and then, they don't believe that their energy or action are required. They're not growing. And this person is dependent on others to the exclusion of effort, to where they don't have to make an effort. You've got two people here who don't want to put the work in. Two people who want to put it on somebody else. Well, if you just did this or if you just did that, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Yeah, well, if you just did it or you just said it or you just showed up, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Well, neither of you did. Both of you were hoping the other person would do it so that you wouldn't fucking have to. It's that kind of energy. Both waiting for the other person to do it, and so you both just sit and do nothing. Like, the dishes ain't gonna do themselves. And you not asking the other person outright to do it because you are doing this or doing that and it would be nice if they just did it, or whatever, or them feeling like, well, I'm tired and I had a long day and, I don't know if they're expecting me to do the dishes because they cooked, but I'm not. You know what I mean? It's like, you don't believe in miracles, child magical, because you're not with someone who believes in creating miracles. Okay, this is not a miracle person. This person's energy, this could be the same person, but I am feeling like it's two individuals. I think the child magical wants to believe that this person can be better. I don't believe the child magical looks at themselves like a savior. I think they do look like themselves as someone who needs to heal. But I feel like they see the beggar and they're just like, you know, you can do this, right? You can do this. It's like, I can support you and take care of you to a certain extent if I know that you're working on something to better your situation. They can be a magical miracle if this person helps themselves, wants to help themselves. But this person, depending on the other, when this person doesn't believe in growth and miracle, you got to get out of your shadows. Nobody making an effort's not good. There's no effort here and no effort there to change or grow out of the mindsets that you're in. The beggar needs to learn how to take action without being told. Without being told. They need to find their own direction. Take responsibility for themselves, to create an image of themselves to where they don't ever feel like they have to beg for the mercy of other people or the help of other people again. The beggar needs to build self-esteem. And the child magical, it's like the child magical, because they want to see the beggar be better, they think it would help them feel better to see that they were able to help the beggar and make a difference. It would help them believe in miracles, right? Help them believe in miracles, because this person looks like they need more than just a fucking miracle. And I think the child magical is working on seeing the beauty in all things and thinking that everything is possible, and hoping that, you know, even if they're a little fucked up or they're a little damaged or they're a little sad and depressed, if they can make the beggar's day a little bit better, then maybe their day's not so bad. It's almost like the child magical is taking heed of the law of relativity to their advantage, because as shitty as they feel, there's someone worse off. The problem is like the worse off isn't actually making the child magical's moments better or life better. They're not actually aiding or adding to this person's experience. I think the child magical is very much giving to the beggar energy. They have real confidence issues, whoever the beggar is. I just keep getting pulled to that really, really hardcore. And I think the child magical is working on their faith in miracles. All right. If you understand that face value, right? If you understand the face value of that dynamic, because I do feel like the beggar is teaching the child magical, like, not all is lost and you can help people. Like, even if you need help, you're not, you know, a lost cause, and there's nothing you can do to make the world better. You know, it's almost like the beggar is giving the child magical their purpose back, a sense of purpose back, which might be in and of itself the miracle, to have them thinking about the bright side for their own life again. But it would have to be like, it's almost like the child magical has to take their own advice when talking to the beggar. You know, like they could advise the beggar on how to better their life, but then they also have to take the same advice in spite of the beggar. You know what I mean? It's like you can't not take your own advice in this dynamic. The advice is not one way, like you're talking into a mirror. Imagine when you're talking to them that you're talking into a mirror, and anything you're saying to them, you are literally saying to yourself. That will help you a lot. And if they're trying to get you to do this or trying to get you to do that, well, can you do this or can you do that? Be like, no, you can do it yourself. You can do that yourself. I could do this, but you can do that and you could do that. Yeah, if you understand this dynamic, then you also know higher perspective, no matter how many times you try and walk away, you're going to get sucked back in. Because the beggar knows on some level, some subconscious level, that the child magical needs to feel important, needs to believe in miracles, and they want to believe that the beggar is their miracle. But the beggar is in such a low state. It's such a low vibrational state. Out of the archetypal cards, the beggar is one of the lowest energies. This is letting you know, like King of Swords, Six of Wands, the Devil, Ace of Wands, 10 of Wands, lots of Wands. The bottom of the deck is the Death card. So the underlying issue is you know that this dynamic needs to be laid to rest. The top of the deck is the Eight of Swords, which means you don't know what the fuck to do about it. Well, how am I going to do it? How am I going to fix it? I don't know the solution. I don't know what to do. You know, maybe the child magical doesn't want to hurt the beggar. They do want to believe in miracles. They do want to believe in miracles. Even though they don't, they want to. They don't want to be sad. They don't want to be a pessimist. They don't want to look at the worst in people. Like, they really want to believe that the beggar can pick their shit up. You know what I mean? And not be the beggar anymore. They see the potential. They want the beggar to reach the potential. The issue is they don't know how to get the beggar to reach the potential, and the answer is you kind of have to let them go. You kind of have to let them go. They have to confront empowerment at a level of physical survival. They have to empower themselves at a level of physical survival. Getting out of poverty mindset. Like the world owes them something because they've had such a fucked up life. They have to get out of that mindset. They can't depend on you to the exclusion of their own efforts. They can't. So it has to end. You know, the white rose is pure and innocent love. It's like, I will always be there for you. I will always be there for you. But I can't stay trapped in this, you know, mental prison of my life not improving or getting better and your life not improving or getting better. And just dragging each other down emotionally or energetically, like it's not going to work. You might have to let it go and let it transform. The King of Swords is about seeing the higher perspective, especially with this card in regards to like relationship dynamics or, you know, children or something like that. Knowing that the transformation in them has to take place, the magic in them needs to take place. They need to see the benefit, the higher perspective of doing things a different way and moving forward, right, with the Six of Wands, claiming a victory and moving forward. Because if you don't do that, the devil comes in and brings you right back to obligation, right back to the fucking woods. Like, you thought you were out of the woods? No, you're back in the fucking woods. And you need that soul spark to get up from, you know, under your ass in order to get rid of the burden. You need to you're going to need to reinvent yourself or soul spark it up. You know, it's in order to release the ties that bind. I think it's one of those endless cycles where it's like if you let them go and they fail and they struggle and they come back and you save them again, and then they get lazy again and they don't want to fix their situation and they're not motivated to do anything, and it's like you end up right back in the same cycle. and there's that spark under your ass, like, hey, I'm feeling burdened, your energy is spiritually fucking heavy, you know what I mean? If you understand this dynamic, then you know it repeats. If you understand this dynamic, you know that you can have a million conversations with each other about how you're going to change things, but if no one actually makes an effort to change, it's not going to, and it's just going to viciously repeat. If you understand that face value dynamic, you understand those cards. You can move forward, walk away, and then the devil's going to put you right back in line with them, and they're going to need you for something, and blah, 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 and it's going to start all over. Like, once you let the beggar go to be independent or whatever, to be stable and survive in the world on their own without you, like, once you put them out there, it's not like, okay, you can come back if it's hard. Like, no. Like, I'll aid you and assist you in any way I can. But I'm putting the energy and the growth into myself because I've put enough into you. And I believe in miracles, and I'm tired of being depressed, and I got to put all that effort I was giving to you into myself. I can't bring you back in here to distract me from that. You know, it's that kind of energy. So what's the other choice, Spirit, please? What's the other choice? Which is interesting with the code name Gorilla Hugs, because gorillas, if you think, like, a gorilla hug is a real huge, like, tight, like, hug. I think that there's a part of you both that are maybe really clinging and holding on to each other as tight as you can, because neither one are actually making the effort to grow in the right direction for themselves as individuals. And so it's almost like they're trying to hold on tightly as they're growing as one unit together, to avoid the actual effort that needs to be made as individuals. All right. So what are the other choices then, Spirit, please? What's the other choices on the table? If they don't want to get drugged back into the same cycle, right? They don't want to cling to the same cycle. All right, Jack of Swords, Queen of Diamonds, Ten of Hearts, Joker, reversed, Five of Diamonds, Six of Diamonds. This the Jack of Spades and the Queen of Diamond. I'm reading this like a child's energy. Doesn't have to be like a kid, but it could be like an adult who's a child of yours, like, you know what I mean? I'm pulling it up as child energy. With the Queen of Diamonds, she is my mother card in typical, you know, readings. Queen of Pentacles, Queen of Diamonds is usually like my mother card. I feel as if there is communication about help, right? And the alternative. There's communication about help, there's communication about aid, there's communication about support, creating that emotional fulfillment with the Ten of Hearts, but it never takes off. With the Joker and the reverse, the emotional fulfillment never takes off because of that Five of Diamonds, Six of Diamonds energy. You know, the Six of Coin in traditional tarot, you see the beggars. You see the beggars on the ground, and there's this person holding, you know, coins or whatever, and giving them coins, and there's a balance, you know, a scale. Some decks, the balance is uneven, and some decks it's even, but I think you kind of know that you're walking in a direction where you've got nothing more to give. You've got nothing more to give. Like, you're alone and you're going to need the help. Like, if the two of you were to stick it out and move forward and talk about how you're gonna make everything work, and how you're gonna make this, you know, this dream happen, and you know, you're all in agreement about what's emotionally fulfilling, and then nothing's done. No one makes an effort, right? Nothing's actually done. Then you're gonna end up in a position where you need help, where you both need help, where you might both be the beggars, right, on the six of diamonds. Someone's got to start making the effort. Someone's got to speak the truth and take initiative and start taking actions, because if neither one of you learn how to take actions, you're gonna sink. You're gonna need more help than you can get from each other. Yeah, that devil card is not good. Like, either way you look at it, you're the creator of your reality. You know, the other person is the creator of their reality. If you want to create a reality together, then you better both be making the effort to create it well and in an effective and efficient way. Because if you're not, and you're just all talk and no action, the both of you is, well, don't be surprised if you end up in a shit hit fan moment where you need even more people to come and save you both, because neither of you made a fucking effort before, and now there's all this effort required on the part of other people to help you when you didn't make the effort for yourself. And that's when we feel like shit, and we feel like, you know, we're worthless and valueless, and we owe people, and we never want to feel like we owe people, because then we're in debt mindset, and that's not good for the heart chakra. Be forewarned, the universe wants you to make an effort. Wants you to start doing things. The other person too. Both got to start doing things. Can't just all talk, no action it. Well, I wanted to, but then this happened and that happened. I never got around to it. Why? Why? Why didn't you make it a priority to get something done? Why did something else get priority over it when it was important? Don't put yourself in a hole that you can't get out of, because efforts should have been made that weren't, okay? So I hope that helps with whatever that is. All right, moving on. We got two left. Nightingale's Dawn is next, and then Penguins. So Nightingale's Dawn, we're going to start at 3 hour, trying to do math in my head, 37-minute mark. We'll go with that. Because it doesn't give me the actual hours. It's like 217 minutes, but I know it's like 180 minutes is 3 hours, and I got to take out the other 37 minutes. Anyway, it's late. I'm doing math, okay? I'm doing math and I'm reading. So let's see, 30, we'll just do 37. 337. All right, so for Gorilla Hugs, that was your message. This is for Nightingale's Dawn. All right, so for those of you who are fast forwarding for the replay, just know that the archetype cards, I'm holding the intention that one is you and one is someone else. It may resonate that both cards are you. It may resonate that both cards are someone else. Take it however it resonates. However, I am using it with the intention that one is you and one is someone else, not specifically either or. One is you and one is someone else. All right, so here we go. Nightingale's Dawn, code name. Oh, and there they go. Engineer's third appearance tonight, coming out with the Queen. Okay, so listen. You know, this is probably that Saturn retrograde in Aquarius energy that we're getting with this moon cycle. So here we go. The engineer. Shadow attribute is relying on mechanistic solutions without regard for emotional consequences. Light attribute is the ability to give creative energy and a practical expression, you know, talent for designing resolutions to common dilemmas. The Queen. The shadow is becoming arrogant when authority is challenged, and controlling and demanding. The light attribute of the Queen is radiates the regal feminine and uses her benevolent authority to protect others. Okay. Right off the bat, you might have a very seriously controlling or demanding mother. Okay, just right off the bat. You might not realize it, maybe never looked at your mother that way, maybe never realized that you were potentially afraid to introduce your new partner to your mother because God forbid, you know, what would come out of her mouth or what opinion she would have of them. And if she didn't like them, you know, maybe there's no way it would work. Maybe you would feel it's impossible to work. And so maybe there's like some subconscious reason why you're not into anyone or whatever, you know what I mean? Whatever your scenario is, I feel like I just got this instant energy of really controlling or powerful, demanding mother figure. Like, it's almost like, not that she wouldn't be happy for you if you met someone, but it's almost like she has such high standards for you. You know what I mean? It's like no one would actually necessarily be good enough for you to her. There would always be something wrong, right? There would always be something wrong with them because she values you so highly. You know what I mean? This person, the Queen, when it comes to the engineer, the Queen needs to be able to loosen up her idea of what the best is. Allowing the engineer to kind of learn through their own, you know, problem-solving skills, deductive reasoning. Like, they have to let the engineer figure it out. Because the engineer is going to try and figure it out anyway. Like, they can't actually care, right, emotionally what the emotional consequences are when it comes to the Queen. Otherwise, there's an upset in the balance. There's something the engineer can't solve. There's a problem they can't solve if they care about how the Queen feels. Okay? Now we're moving forward. Respect the Queen. You know, she will use her love and energy to protect you always, give you great advice, but at the end of the day, her advice is not the end-all be-all. Right? You can't actually care about the Queen's feelings if it's that kind of dynamic. Like, you need to be able to grow with someone. You know, nothing's perfect. There's no perfect relationship, perfect partner. There's always things that need to be healed. I think the Queen needs to understand that you're going through your own relationship dynamic and problem solving in that arena, and that they can't necessarily protect you from it. It's almost like the Queen too. It's just this energy that I'm getting. Okay, so take it how it resonates for you, but it's just this energy that I'm getting. It's like you tell your mother you're dating somebody new. She's like, oh, so when am I going to meet him? Well, I don't know, Mom. I haven't even technically really gone on a date with him yet. You know, it might be a few months. Oh, what do you mean it's a few months? What, is he ugly or something? Like, let me meet him. And it's like, you don't even know if your relationship's going to go any further with that person to warrant them meeting your mom to begin with. You know what I mean? Like, and she wants to meet him. It's just like this energy of, well, if I meet him, I'll be able to know right away, and I'll tell you if he's no good or not. You know what I mean? But there's always something off. So it's like they're always never really good. And it's like, you know, Queen, it's not that I don't trust your opinion or your ability to read people, but just because they have this or that energy flaw, whatever, doesn't mean that I can't work with them. Maybe I have my own energy issues. Maybe our energy issues will resolve themselves with each other. You know what I mean? If maybe we're a perfect match, like, who knows? Maybe I understand this person and you don't. You know, it's someone who's trying to protect someone else, but they're overprotective, okay? They're overprotective. And they don't like when you don't listen to them. They don't like it. They get offended because they hold their opinion in really high regard. They hold their experience, their presence, their title in really high regard. So for you to not listen to them, they would almost take offense, okay? And nobody wants to offend the queen, right? Nobody wants to offend the queen. And so it's like constantly trying to solve a problem that the queen's not actually letting you solve. She thinks that she's protecting you from pain, but what she's doing is protecting you from the lessons that you need to learn with other people on your journey. So be creative. Maybe if you start dating somebody, don't even tell your mother you're dating. You know what I mean? Like, don't even tell them. Don't even call it official with the person that you're dating, right? Don't even talk about a relationship. Just keep them kind of breezing for a couple months, a few months before, you actually even bring them up to your mom. Like, if you're the kind of person that tells your mother everything, right? Your mother's your best friend, you tell her everything. This is one of those things where you maybe don't, and you take the reins and you see how well you can problem solve and get through it without her input. And see how you do. Like, in the back of your mind, what would the queen say? What would the queen say? If I asked the queen about this, or if I told the queen I felt this, well, what would she say? Okay, she would say this. The chances are she would probably say this. So if she says this, then what should I look at? It's like having the conversation with her without actually having the conversation with her. If you want to respect her and be creative, but not necessarily let her infringe on your healing process. Very powerful, demanding energy, the queen. All right, so, spirit. If the querent, right? Nightingale's dawn, those who resonate. Understand this dynamic. Understand this face value dynamic. What is the path projection, please? What is the path projection? Okay. Bottom of the deck is the Ace of Pentacles. Top of the deck is the Six of Swords. Creating a bridge of transformation between you and another person, having them understand that you need to walk through your own door. You need to start your own life and your own solid foundation with your own choices and see where it takes you. You need to open up a door you haven't walked through. You need to travel a place you haven't gone. And maybe that is a place without this person's protection, because you need to learn how to protect yourself with your ability to solve problems. Learning how to protect yourself with your ability to solve problems. And bridging the gap, right? Bridging the gap and moving forward to create a reality that you haven't experienced yet. The path projection would be the Temperance, which is the alchemizing of that dynamic, with the Empress in the reverse, which I totally read as the Queen. being out of the loop so that you can kind of create your own energy with this Page of Pentacles. You know, this Page of Pentacles is a reinvention of the self in the 3D. It's making different choices. It's investing in a path. It's investing in that pentacle that you're holding that's on the door, right? Matching your vibration and what you're creating with the new door, and breaking the contractual commitment you have with the Hierophant in the reverse, almost to your marriage of this person's opinion. Not that it's not valued, it's just not the end-all be-all. Moving on your own accord, okay? What's the other choices, Spirit? What are the other choices? If you don't understand this face value, what is the other choices that are at hand? Three of Diamonds. Queen of Diamonds. Ten of Cups. And the Ten of Hearts. What else? And the Eight of Wands. Eight of Spades on the bottom. I think if you don't choose to balance this dynamic within yourself and the Queen, and you don't choose to create your own path, and you don't break this solid commitment that you have to this Queen's protection, right, or guidance. If you choose to contractually bind yourself to her, right, the Queen of Diamond, if you choose to contractually bind yourself to her for the Ten of Cups, which is the emotional fulfillment, you're constantly going to be getting these nudges from Spirit. With the Eight of Wands, Cupid's arrows, you're constantly going to be meeting people that you feel like you can't move forward with. It's almost like you feel like you can't talk to them about your emotional fulfillment. Feeling spiritually blocked. You know, like either way, you're going to feel as if you can't tell the Queen. Which, if you respect the Queen and can't tell her and be honest with her that you need to create your own path and make your own mistakes and figure out your own solutions to problems, you know, if her instant reaction is, well, off with his head, you know, because he's not perfect, you kind of need to address it in the nice way without sacrificing your fulfillment. Feeling like you're lying or sneaking by not telling her something. You know, you should avoid feeling like you're lying or sneaking or keeping secrets by just being honest about what it is that you're choosing to do moving forward, because otherwise you're going to be guided to do it anyway, but that might actually end up hurting the Queen's feelings, and the Queen is nothing but generous. I mean, she really does have a good heart at the end of the day. She does have a good heart. Her heart's in the right place. She doesn't realize that maybe she's blocking your inner guidance when it comes to emotional fulfillment. And you're going to keep getting these pings. I feel like you're going to keep getting these pings and feeling like you can't talk about them. Because the Queen, the way she looks at it is there's something missing. There's something missing. There's something missing. They're not good enough. They're not good enough. They're not good enough. Not good enough for you. Queen values you. All right, she knows your worth. She knows you're smart. She doesn't want you to be with a fucking idiot. You know what I mean? But not everybody can be an idiot. Not everybody's perfect. But not everybody's an idiot. Okay. So I hope that helps. Just when you think, you know, and this is what I was getting with the Nightingale's Dawn as a code name. It's like being in the dark night for so long that your soul cries out, you know, and screams out the soul song when it can't take anymore. And then no sooner than you let your soul song out, the dawn comes. You know, the nightingale starts to sing right before the sun comes up. So it's almost like knowing that your soul is crying out to you in order for the dawn to happen. You know, and the minute you let your voice be heard, the minute you let your soul song, the truth, be heard, that you truly do need to be allowed to see where things go with people, you know, allow people who are not quote unquote perfect be perfect for you in the moment. And I think that's where you'll end up finding the light you're looking for. Specifically in another. When you allow yourself the ability to solve your own problems. Okay. All right. So last one, penguins. Getting into penguins. We are at the 3 hour and 55-minute mark. 33 seconds. All right, so codename penguins. Codename penguins. For those of you who are fast forwarding with the replay and did not catch the introduction, I'm using the archetype cards with the intention that one is you and one is another person. Doesn't matter which one, but one is you and one is another person. It may resonate with you that they are both you, and it may resonate with you that they are both someone else. Take them how they resonate, but know that I'm holding the intention that one is you and one is another, okay? So that you understand the face value of the dynamic between the two of you. So that said, codename penguins, and those who are drawn to this code name. So what is it? Spirit, please. What cards above all other cards to help us understand for codename penguins? Okay. We got femme fatale and rescuer. Femme fatale and rescuer. Okay. Femme fatale. The shadow attribute is the inappropriate use of sensuality or attachment to money and power. The light attribute highlights the erotic energy of the feminine and opens your heart when your dependency is rejected. The shadow of the rescuer assumes that the rescued will reciprocate and keeps the rescued one needy. The light attribute provides strength and support to others that are in crisis and acts out of love with no expectation of reward. I feel like the rescuer sees the femme fatale and the fact that they do want to be taken care of, financially speaking. They do want to hold power and control in the relationship. They do it with a sexual way, or an erotic way, or a very flirty kind of way. Like they use their beauty or their sex to get what they want. Okay? It's like feeling like a guy won't take you out on a date if he knows you're not going to put out. You know what I mean? And so it's like you insinuate that you will, or you flirt like you will so that he takes you out on the date. And then it's like you decide whether or not you want to actually go forward with it or not, if you want to do it again because the dinner was nice or the power was nice, you know, whatever. Feeling like you had it over this person, like they're idolizing you. They use sex to get their way, and or the denial of it, right? Using sex as a weapon. Oh, you want to have sex with me? Okay, well, I want this and I want that. And if you don't do this and you don't do that, then I ain't giving you shit, right? It's like, it's, if they're not getting what they want, money and power-wise, you're not getting this, they're not getting the sexual nature that they want in return, right? Or what they're after. This person also doesn't understand that, because this person never feels good. Whenever they put out sexually, they don't actually feel good trading their sacredness, their body, for money or power and position. They don't actually like it. You know, this is the person that will tolerate the boss at work, you know, touching their ass or something because they want the promotion. It doesn't actually feel good to be the girl that has, you know, the boss's hand on their ass and be that person, but at the same time, it's like they want the raise, they want the money, they want the promotion. So, you know, the femme fatale sacrifices her sacredness for money and power. Okay. They need to understand and learn that they're more powerful and make more money for themselves when they cut the dependency that other people need from them. You know, like the boss might need to feel that way because his wife at home is a crazy, you know, cold-hearted bitch who hasn't had sex with him in 10 years. You know what I mean? And so you're more respected when you withhold, right? You're more respected when you actually withhold from using sex as an advantage or an advancement. It reminds me of that Lana Del Rey song, Fucked My Way to the Top. Doing whatever you got to do to be successful on your own, to make it. Feeling like you have to be on your knees. It's not a pleasant feeling. And so the rescuer comes in, right? The rescuer comes in, sees this femme fatale, sees them struggling, sees their goals, wants to see them powerful, wants to see them with money, might provide that power, you know, the rescuer putting the femme fatale up on a pedestal, giving them the power, maybe financially taking care of them, supporting them, treating them, gifting them, hoping that the femme fatale will pay mind to them and open up to them, maybe even sexually, right? That it could go there, that the relationship could go there. This is like someone who has friend zoned this person, kind of thing. You know what I mean? It's like this person wants to help this person, but this person's friend zoning the other because they might actually care about the rescuer. They don't want to hurt the rescuer. They want the power and the money, but they don't want to give in sexually because they're already getting what they want from the rescuer without having to do that. They only do that sexual thing that they do when what they want can't be had unless they do. But if the rescuer is giving to them without them having to do it, they're not doing it. The rescuer has to get in the mindset of the femme fatale doesn't owe them anything. right? Being kind to them for the sake of being kind to them, doing for them for the sake of doing to them, aiding them or helping them just for the sheer fact that it feels good to help someone in need who's trying to, make their way. And you're not asking anything of them that they don't actually want to do. And in hindsight, with no expectations of them from you in return, they will value you later. They may view you in that way later. But they're not viewing it that way now. Okay, the femme fatale is in essence looking at the rescuer as if the rescuer is just trying to get what everybody else wants out of them. Like, this could be a genuinely wonderful person, great guy, and the femme fatale is, just kind of dismissing the good guy, like, oh, you're only helping me because you want to get in my pants. And as soon as I let you get in my pants, you're not going to help me anymore. So I'm not going to let you get in my pants, and you can continue to help me as long as you want to, until you feel like you don't want to help me anymore because I'm not giving in. But if the rescuer genuinely does care about the femme fatale, it doesn't matter if the femme fatale gives back to them or not. They're just giving because they know it feels good, and they don't have any expectations in return because they know the expectations is what actually hurts the femme fatale. The femme fatale's rejection of the rescuer is allowing the rescuer to come to that conclusion that they are helping without the expectation of anything. Because the femme fatale is not going to fill their voids, right? The femme fatale is not going to fill their voids. They're working on filling their own. So this is helping the rescuer mentality know that it's okay to help people that can't reciprocate, because it just feels good to be that person that can do that without any expectations and shift people's thinking that maybe I don't have to do that for someone to be nice to me, and maybe people can be nice to me and I can appreciate them without showing them my appreciation via sex. Maybe the rescuer would be really appreciative if I just acknowledged their help in a way that, I did something nice for them in return, or thoughtful, that's not sex related. Because the femme fatale really does have strong, beautifully magnetic sexual energy, and it's healing, right? The actual femme fatale sex is healing for other people. It's just they have a way of giving it to the people that aren't meant to stick around for them. There's always a sting. There's always a sting with the femme fatale. Anybody who gets wrapped up in the femme fatale, there's a sting in the end. Whether it's that person getting stung because the femme fatale lashed out for being taken advantage of sexually, or the other person is lashing out and taking their shit out on the femme fatale because, they only give a shit about money and power, and they don't actually care about them. Right, they don't actually care about them. They don't actually want to be with them or feel attracted to them. It's just all money and power. And they know they're being used. So it's like it's always a sting at the end of this road. And I think the rescuer is trying to show the femme fatale that it doesn't have to sting, and not everybody is using you. And what you're giving to others so freely, being used by, is a beautiful gift. It's like they're trying to teach the femme fatale how to look at themselves differently. Whoever the rescuer is, I don't feel like, as much as they might be sexually attracted to you, and you might know that, that's not the reason why they're being nice to you. It's not the reason why they're putting you on a pedestal. It's not the reason. They see the beauty of you. They see the struggle that you go through and what you deal with. And they're legit trying to be a nice person. And if you can give to them like they give to you, and you can keep that back and forth flow of reciprocity, that's beneficial, That's a dynamic that, you know, I always help you, you always help me. You know, I want, you know, sex is my love language. I know I'm loved when my person is sexually into me. I know if my partner is not into me and we're not sexual anymore, that there's a problem, you know? So it's like the rescuer might really appreciate, you know, the sexual reciprocity of the dynamic when they put you on that pedestal and they take care of your financial needs and they're there for you. You know, they might like the reward in that way, just like you doing that for them. They continue to give to you. They continue to financially support you. They continue to put you on that pedestal and idolize you and, you know, want you to stay beautiful and stay happy and not have to do for all these other people because you're good just doing with and for them, you know? Yeah, I think you have someone trying to throw you a lifeline. And I think they would appreciate the reciprocity, but I don't think it's necessary. I think they'd greatly appreciate it. I think they'd really like being able to consistently exchange love and light energy with you. You know, they don't want to change you, just like you wouldn't want to change them. It's a matter of appreciating how the two of you work together and fill each other up. Okay. So getting into the tarot, Spirit, if they understand, right, if penguins understand, those who resonated to this codename understand the face value of the dynamic between the two of them, what is the projected path, please? What is the projected path? Okay. So if you understand this, whether you're the femme fatale or the rescuer, right, however you resonated with it, if you can get out of the emotional mess you're in from your past, whatever you experienced in your past that you haven't necessarily gotten over yet. And I say haven't necessarily gotten over it because you may think you've gotten over it, you don't care anymore about that person, blah, 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 and that's all well and good, but you haven't actually gotten over the damage of that person. It's not that you haven't gotten over the person, you haven't gotten over the damage of that person. So when you get over the damage that past people or partnerships had left you with, when you start to face the confusion in it, why it didn't work out, when you stop blaming yourself for not being good enough, not being pretty enough, not being attractive enough, well, there's always a prettier girl and a younger girl or someone trying to take, from me. And so I'm just taking with disregard for everybody. It's like when you come out of the 5 of chalices, 7 of chalices energy of feeling like you haven't necessarily healed from something in the past that left you confused, you can create stability with the 4 of Wands and the Queen of Wands and recreate from your heart space, your true soul song, when you allow the past to heal. We have the Moon on the bottom, and we have the Knight of Wands on top. So like rescuer femme fatale, you have a lot to offer. You have a lot of spirit, right? A lot of spiritual energy that just wants to come out and blaze a trail, and run in a direction that you've created, right? Blazing your own trail. It's just this moon, the illusion underneath is in the shadows. It's in the subconscious. This is Piscean energy. This is in the subconscious, the shadows, the disillusionment, the the disadvantage of not seeing the whole picture. You're seeing the rescuer. Like if you're the femme fatale, you're seeing the rescuer right in front of you, but you're looking at him through a lens of what everybody else was, and you're not seeing the whole picture of why those past people were the way they are, why those dynamics didn't work out. You know, you took it personal. You're treating this person like they're like everybody else, you know, because you have this wounding that you don't understand, right? You have this wounding that you don't understand from your past, that you just, maybe you didn't feel good enough, and so, you know, because someone else was prettier than you or had sex with them sooner, you know, you felt like you lost your shot. It's like going back to high school and be like, well, I wasn't having sex with them, I was still a virgin, and I wanted to be with them, but so and so, you know, she was a virgin too, and she said she would have sex with them first, and so they ended up dating and getting fucking married. You know what I mean? It's all because I didn't have sex with them first. You know, it's like all of these things, like, you don't know where it comes from, where the pain you're projecting comes from, that you're not allowing yourself to emotionally attach, that you're using sex as a means to make progress instead of a means of sexual sacredness that you're sharing with another in a place of love and union. You know, it's totally different. There was a complete detachment there to where sex was used in competition for forward progress, and that has to be identified in the past and reconciled with, because that's what's causing all the confusion. The Four of Wands means true stability and joy is really there. I think you legit have someone who wants to stick around for you because you are idolized in their mind. You are the best in their mind. It's almost like they're in awe of you, the strength of you, the power of you, that you can survive all these things and make your way and not worry about being judged. Like they look at you like you're amazing. I think the rescuer looks at the femme fatale like they're amazing, and the femme fatale is kind of looking at the rescuer like, I will fucking eat you for breakfast. And that's kind of fucked up, you know, because that's the wounding that's speaking. That's the wounding that's speaking. This is someone who is extremely fucking jaded, and it has to do with early stuff like that, the disillusions in the subconscious that are still affecting your conscious manifestations. There's stuff going on in the background in the mind that's sitting there, and you might need to have, you know, reflect on that in order to get back in touch with your heart's spark, you know, your ability to create beautiful experience from the soul of your heart, that knows that love is still real and knows that someone can look at you like you're the most beautiful thing in the fucking world, because they are. They're looking at you like you're the most beautiful thing in the world. It doesn't matter if there's a prettier person in your eyes, because there's not a prettier person in their eyes. And it's like, you got to stop comparing. Or what they're willing to do, what I'm willing to do, not willing to do. Like, trust me, if you got someone who's like, thinking you're the most beautiful person in the world, doing whatever they can do to help you to make your life easier, and you're constantly shutting them down or friend zoning them when they're totally worth more than just a friendship, because you're, you know, doing whatever else, it's like, you're going to end up losing this person. Like, you can only snuff this person for so long, you know what I mean? So if you choose not to show yourself mercy by, you know, living a reality that you don't know that you deserved, or avoiding a reality that you thought, you know, you deserved, but don't, like, you don't deserve, like, this rescuer is telling the femme fatale, you don't deserve to live a life where you're being taken advantage of sexually just to get by, just to further your own progress, just so you can be self-sustainable, like, just so you can be independent. Like, you shouldn't have to give of yourself like that when you have someone on your team. I feel like the rescuer wants to be a team. Femme fatale has no idea what that is. Femme fatale has been working on their own, solo, getting snubbed for a very long time, getting used for a very long time. It's all about money, power. You know, it's like, okay, well, what can you do for me? Can you financially benefit my life? Can you increase my status? Because if you can't increase my money and you can't increase my status and you're not helping me any, I'm sorry, I can't help you. You know, it's just that cold kind of wounding. The femme fatale doesn't actually see the value of the rescuer until the rescuer pieces out. And it's like, listen, like, it's not because you weren't fucking me that I left. It's because you were busy fucking all these other people for your benefit in this way and that way when I was giving you all of that and not asking you to do any of that shit to do it or have it. You know, I think the rescuer would be insulted and leave, not because they didn't get what they want, because you didn't see the fact that they cared about you and you hurt them, right? So, Spirit, please, what are the other choices? What are the other choices? If they see the value, right, if they see the value of the rescuer and they can tap into their subconscious and they can reconcile the past patterns that put them off from being in a union state, right? If they can't do that, if they don't see the value and they continue, what are the other choices on the table? What does the other choices look like? We've got the Ten of Diamonds. King of Hearts. Ace of Clubs reversed. And the Six of Hearts. I think this person, I think this rescuer at some point is going to offer you a place to live, the dream come true, the whole shebang. Like, they're going to offer you everything. Everything you actually ever really wanted. And you're going to shoot it down. Ace of Wands, no new start, no spark. You're not attracted to them because you maybe are tied up with another soulmate. Karmic that's teaching you the value of people like this. Continue to manifest karmic partners that don't appreciate you or that use you or only value you because of what money or power you bring to them and because they're getting something out of it. And the minute they get what they want, they don't need you no more. I think the rescuer offers you the dream, but you don't take it. Maybe the excuse is there's no sexual chemistry between the two of you. But the fact of the matter is, it's not that there's no sexual chemistry, even though that may be true. The reason why there's no sexual chemistry is because you don't actually feel deserving of them. You don't feel deserving of being put on a pedestal. You don't feel deserving of being worshipped by someone. You don't feel deserving of having someone consider your happiness all the time and look, you know, to be a part of your everyday, let's face life together. Like, the reason why there's no actual chemistry is because you're not in touch with your own sacredness and what you deserve. That you would shut out a sacred connection trying to heal with some other poor damaged soul. I think if you really do have no interest in the rescuer, if you are resonating as the femme fatale and you actually have no interest in the rescuer, you shouldn't be taking shit from them. Shouldn't be taking their gifts, shouldn't be taking their money, shouldn't be taking up their time, shouldn't be allowing them to put you on a pedestal. You should be showing your true colors and let them know that you don't care about them in that way. You're not attracted to them in that way. And if they want to do for you and give to you and be nice to you, that's all well and good, but they need to know really, really fucking clearly that you're not interested in them. You shouldn't be taking this person for granted. That's fucked up. If your interest is somewhere else, or you're being distracted somewhere else and healing somewhere else, then you deserve to cut this person loose. Shouldn't be taking from them. Because that's going to leave them confused. that's going to leave them looking back like, what could I have done better? Why wasn't I good enough? I offered them joy and stability. They were my everything. I really thought that they would see how much I care about them. And you're just hurting them and leaving them confused and putting your pain body on them to bear. What left you confused and is playing on your subconscious, you're going to put that pain body on them. You have to let them know it's not them. Because it's not. It's you. Right? It's you. So I hope that helps. I hope that helps. You know, penguins, look up penguin animal spirit medicine. Because I think, you know, whoever this person is, this rescuer is, they see the beauty of your light despite all your shadows and all your shit and all your damage. Rescuer sees your true self. They see your true light, your true potential. That's why they care about you. It's why they invest in you. Because they see it. They want the recognition that you understand that they see what nobody else sees. They help you in a way that nobody else was willing to. That they're sticking around and supporting you in ways that nobody else ever has. Don't friend zone them because you don't know your worth. Because it's far and few between these rescuers come around. It really is. And they always show up when we're at our lowest and our dimmest to help remind us of our beautiful light. And it's only when we shut out those people that we get hit with so much fucking darkness that we crack and we regret the fact that we pushed people like that out. So, with that said, that wraps up the new moon in Gemini readings. For those of you who catch the replays, let me know in the comments, you know, like how they resonated and whatnot. Definitely take a look in the description at all the different, you know, places you can find me and stuff, especially on Facebook, because I'm on there practically every day. I do Instagram posts with the cosmic currencies and all that jazz. I do them in the community board too, the community tab on my channel. So you can contact me with all that stuff down there. Like I said at the beginning, the Ascension team is doing some awesome stuff for June. We're going to be rolling out some stuff. We were talking about it today and the other day. So don't miss. Don't miss. I love you guys. I wish you all nothing but the best. I will see you next event. I will have June readings out soon. So love each other and love yourselves in the meantime. All right. I'll see you soon. Bye, everybody.